who cared for his people. National television constantly broadcast images of a presidential couple engaging.
I'm leaving now.
People. They promoted the message that Bashar al-Assad and his clan were loved and respected by all.
La Syrie vivait sous propagande, il y avait un média d'État qui diffusait cette propagande et il était impossible de s'exprimer librement.
But behind the beautiful story lay a terrible reality. The president brutally suppressed the revolution in 2011, plunging Syria into a long and bloody war. More than 500,000 people were killed, 100,000 disappeared, and millions of Syrians fled abroad.
C'est pas des réfugiés qui ont quitté parce que il fait plus beau en Turquie ou parce que le taboulé est meilleur à Beyrouth ou parce qu'ils veulent manger des escargots à Paris. Non, ces personnes qui ont fui le pays parce que leur vie était en danger.
The man they called the Butcher of Damascus brought his country to its knees. But this appalling repression came at a price. The Syrian president had underestimated how much it had weakened his power.
En 2020, l'inflation était au-dessus de 100%. En 2021, à nouveau au-dessus de 100%. En 2022, 80%. Et en 2023, on est dans les mêmes zones. Ça vous donne une idée de l'impact que le conflit a sur le pouvoir d'achat des Syriens et sur leur vie au quotidien.
Bashar al-Assad's support had fallen away when, in December 2024, a coalition led by the Islamist group HTS launched a new offensive. The rebels put an end to the dictatorship in 11 days without meeting any serious resistance. The group is led by a former Al-Qaeda jihadist, Abu Mohammed al-Jolani.
الحمد لله رأينا بأم عيوننا كيف أن عذابات 13 عاما تتعافى من خلال هذا النصر العظيم. تاريخ جديد يا أخوان يكتب في المنطقة بأسرها بعد هذا النصر العظيم.
All over the country, Syrians took to the streets. They were torn between their fears for the future and their hopes for change. But first, they wanted to celebrate the end of a bloody dictatorship. It only took a few days for the country's flags to change from red, which was associated with Assad, to the green of the revolution. But from buildings to institutions, the whole country will need to be rebuilt. The country has been bled dry after 54 years of rule by the Assads, father and son. Things started out well for Bashar al-Assad. In 2000, after his father died, he inherited power, and the people seemed to be completely won over. This ophthalmologist by training was considered a modern man. He announced a number of reforms, particularly economic, and travelled abroad with his wife Asma, where they received a royal welcome. At that time, Assad al-Achi was a student in Damascus. He wanted to believe that things had changed, but he was soon disillusioned.
On a bien sûr Bachar al-Assad lui-même, qui est le monarque absolu du pays, un peu le Louis XIV de la Syrie, si vous voulez. Mais on a aussi cette épouse. Pour les personnes qui ne connaissent pas Asma al-Assad, c'est une Britannique qui est née à Londres, d'origine syrienne bien sûr, mais née à Londres, éduquée à Londres, jamais été en Syrie, une seule fois je crois, à l'âge de 16 ans, qui a fait des études en affaires, qui travaillait pour une banque d'investissement internationale, JP Morgan, et qui a ensuite décidé de marier le dictateur de Damas. Mais ça donnait cet esprit un peu de couple intéressant, très occidentalisé. C'est un peu l'image qu'ils ont essayé de créer d'eux.
This image was far from reality for Syrians. The promised economic reforms never materialized. So in March 2011, in the wake of the Arab Spring, the population took to the streets. Jihad Yazidi is a journalist. He followed the start of this revolution in Damascus. Today, he's in exile in Paris.
La Syrie, en 2011, sort de 40 ans de sommeil, de terreur absolue. Et pour la première fois, vous avez des Syriens, jeunes et moins jeunes, qui ont la chance de sortir dans l'espace public, de s'exprimer, mais aussi de manière extraordinaire, de chanter, de danser. C'est vraiment une expérience qui restera qui est inoubliable. Et donc, on a un événement, dès que ça commence, on sent que c'est un événement de dimension historique, si vous voulez.
Bashar al-Assad quickly abandoned his progressive rhetoric. Peaceful demonstrations were met with bloody repression. In just a few months, almost 10,000 civilians were killed by the regime's forces. To justify his repression, Bashar al-Assad pretended to be defending minorities. He accused the majority Sunni population of having started the uprisings. But he attacked the whole population, including the thousands of Palestinian refugees who were starved and killed in the Yarmouk camp near Damascus. His objective was clear: to terrorize and crush the rebellion regardless of its origin. The Syrian president did not even hesitate to use chemical weapons. This sarin gas attack in 2013 killed 1,400 people in Ghouta, in the suburbs of Damascus. Bassam Ezzedine filmed these images. He tried to document everything, starting from the very first demonstrations.
كان ذنبه الوحيد انه هو مدني. توجهت الاطباء، توجهت المدنيين، توجهت الناس للمنطقه لتشوف شو اللي صار، شو هو الكيماوي. ما كان عندنا معرفه كثير كبيره، يعني كانت ببدايتها.
Despite strong words from the international community, they essentially let Bashar al-Assad off the hook by only imposing sanctions. The Syrian regime now had a free hand to dictate its version of events.
بقيت داخل الغوطة، تم اختطاف عائلتي، تواصلوا معي، سلمت حالي مقابل الإفراج عن أهلي. المفاجأة الكبيرة هي إنه أنا أجي أكذب هي المجزرة اللي أنا صورتها بإيدي. هيدي البطل رفيعة المستوى كان همها إنه هو تزوير الحقيقة للأسف. يعني الكيماوي انضرب، ومعروف مين ضربه، ومعروف اتجاه الصواريخ من وين طلعت. فكان عنده روايات عدة بهذا المجال، وكان هدفهم يعني إنه هن يشوهوا أو يتهموا الدفاع المدني الخوذة البيضاء إنه هي بضربة هذا التيماوي.
In reality, the white helmets were created in response to these massacres. These volunteer rescuers very quickly became heroes in the eyes of the population. The regime tried everything it could to discredit them, accusing them of being terrorists, as they did all their other opponents. An armed opposition started to organize in the streets, forcing the Syrian regime to back down. To combat these rebels, Damascus called on its Shiite ally, Iran.
L'Iran a tout de suite réagi pour essayer de sauver le régime de Bachar el-Assad. Déjà, un soutien politique affiché à Bachar el-Assad. Ensuite, il y avait aussi un soutien économique en continuant à fournir du pétrole et d'autres biens de première nécessité à la Syrie qui commençait à être frappée de sanctions internationales. Et puis évidemment, un soutien militaire pour aider le régime Assad à lutter contre ce que le régime considérait comme des insurgés.
The Iranians were not the only ones who came to the aid of the Syrian regime. Vladimir Putin sent warplanes and mercenaries. Despite this support, the regime was already weakened when the time came to face up to a real terrorist threat. In 2014, taking advantage of the chaos and civil war, ISIS set up its capital in Raqqa, in northeastern Syria, and proclaimed an Islamic caliphate. The jihadists spread terror across the world through a wave of terrorist attacks. The West had been supporting the Syrian opposition to Bashar al-Assad, but its priorities changed. The fight against ISIS became the main objective. The Islamic State was officially defeated in 2019.
Beaucoup de gens pensent que Daesh a disparu. Daesh est toujours dans le désert syrien. Et les Américains peuvent dire job well done comme ils veulent. Non, ce n'est pas une affaire finie. C'est pas quelque chose de terminé. La lutte contre Daesh, c'est quelque chose qui prendra des décennies.
The struggle only benefited the Syrian regime. In 2020, thanks to his Russian and Iranian allies, Bashar al-Assad regained 2/3 of the country and broke up the opposition. Part of it took refuge in the Idlib region, which was to become the stronghold of HTS, and another, a mixed group of Kurds and Arabs, settled in the Raqqa region. The Assad clan was able to re-establish its authority over the territory under its control and to spread its propaganda. Bashar al-Assad remained the official figure of power, seeming to be constantly attentive to his people. But behind the scenes, his wife, Asma, was monopolizing the country's finances.
Et donc, vous avez comme ça une sorte de conseil économique, plus ou moins informel, d'hommes qui sont autour de Asma, qui sont là à investir dans toutes sortes de secteurs et qui s'assurent qu'elle tire un bénéfice de ce qui reste de l'activité économique syrienne. Vous avez quasiment dans chaque ville syrienne 2-3 hommes qu'on appelle les hommes de la dame, les Rijal Sit en arabe. En gros, ces gens-là, ils s'assurent qu'il n'y ait aucune importante transaction immobilière qui ne passe pas par eux. Et donc, ce qui se passe, c'est que le régime essaye de prendre contrôle de nombreux points de l'économie. La téléphonie mobile, le contrôle sur la distribution de l'aide humanitaire.
The Syrian population were plunged into poverty from the beginning of the civil war and desperately needed humanitarian aid sent by the international community. However, the Assad clan and his army diverted much of the aid through 2 organizations, the Red Crescent and the Asma al-Assad Foundation.
Donc, quand les Nations Unies veulent faire des distributions, par exemple, ils sont obligés de passer par l'un des deux. Et là commence le détournement. Juste pour vous donner une idée, un des programmes, par exemple, sur lequel le Fonds de développement syrien travaille, il s'appelle Jarih Watan, ce qui veut dire un blessé du pays. Et c'est un programme pour soutenir les personnes ou les soldats, en effet, syriens qui sont blessés durant la guerre, des soldats du gouvernement. On parle d'une ONG, en théorie, qui finance directement l'armée syrienne.
Bashar al-Assad puts the army on prominent display, especially at sporting events, to hide its weakened state. Soldiers are often forcibly recruited, paid as little as €15 a month, and there are many casualties in combat with the rebels. In fact, it's Bashar al-Assad's brother Maher who leads the troops. These personal photos were found after he fled to Russia. In these ordinary-looking photos, we see an executioner who is accused of war crimes and torture by the United States and the European Union. He was very close to the Iranians and played an essential role in the regime's continued survival.
Maher, c'est le chef de la 4e division, qui est l'une des forces élites de l'armée syrienne, mais aussi qui joue un rôle indirect dans le côté économique à travers les différents moyens de ramener de l'argent et de confisquer tous les biens aux opposants, etc. On a cette pratique qu'on appelle tahfish en arabe. Tahfish, c'est pas le vol, c'est pire que le vol. Dans chaque bâtiment où la 4e division entre, elle dénue le bâtiment. Ils prennent tout, même le carrelage. C'est jusqu'à ce point.
The Syrian army were used to carry out all the regime's dirty work, and the regime needed more and more money to stay in power. Maher used his control of the army to enter the lucrative drugs market. He flooded neighboring countries with the drugs produced to support the Assad regime. Karam Shah, who has been in exile since 2012, was one of the first to investigate the subject.
يعني تاريخيا كان بعض رؤساء دول بالذات بأمريكا اللاتينية متهمين ب يعني المساعدة لبعض رجال المخدرات على الاستمرار بنشاطهم، ولكن مدى تورط رأس النظام السوري بهي الصناعة هو لمدى غير مسبوق. بالسنوات الأربعة الأخيرة كان عدد الحبوب المضبوطة بالسنة الواحدة عم يتراوح ما بين 300 و 400 مليون حبة. بتقديرنا بمرصد الشبكات السياسية والاقتصادية إنه الدخل يلي عم يحققه النظام السوري بالسنة الواحدة بيتراوح ما بين 2 و 3 مليار دولار.
The war waged by Bashar al-Assad against his people destroyed the economic infrastructure. Residents of the occupied towns were forced to move to the rebel region of Idlib, held by the Islamist HTS.
HTS, c'est une coalition de groupes rebelles armés à dominante islamiste qui ont pris le contrôle d'Idlib. Ils ont rompu avec Al-Qaïda en 2016, ils ont rompu avec le djihadisme global, ils sont focalisés sur un agenda domestique intérieur à Idlib. Malgré tout, au niveau politique, c'était un pouvoir autoritaire avec leurs opposants qui mettaient en prison et aucune dissension n'était tolérée.
In 2018, the Islamist group set up a local government with its own laws, police, army, and universities.
Les services fonctionnent à Idlib et c'est un peu la success story de la Syrie à cette époque-là, en grande partie grâce à la Turquie, parce que c'est la Turquie qui fournit l'électricité, c'est parce que la Turquie est proche qu'il peut y avoir ces services et ces biens qui arrivent jusqu'à Idlib.
Over the years, the region welcomed more than 4 million people, But war continued to pervade everyday life there. Damascus and its ally Russia never stopped their offensives against the rebel enclave. They targeted hospitals and schools in particular in order to terrorize the population. Usama volunteered as a rescue worker as soon as the regime started using violence against its own population. Over the course of 13 years of war, he came to understand the enemy's tactics.
بعد تدخل الطيران الروسي كان عندنا اكبر مشكله هي القصف المزدوج. استهدافات مزدوجه انه يرجع يضرب نفس المكان. فنحن مثل ما قلت لك انه نحن كنا وكان الطيران السوري الطيران السوري همه بس يكب حمولته ويرجع على المطار. فما كان يميز مثلا انه مثلا هي منطقه مأهوليه، منطقه عسكريه، منطقه مدنيه، اراضي زراعيه. وحتى كنا نشوفه بالعين المجرده، كنا نتابعه، كنا نحذر الناس، كانت مراسم تحذرنا وتحذر الناس.
On the night of February the 6th, 2023, two deadly earthquakes struck northwest Syria, leaving more than 6,000 dead in just a few minutes. In the regime zone, Bashar al-Assad posed with the survivors of this natural disaster. It was a golden opportunity to relaunch his image as the savior of the nation.
Quand j'ai vu Bachar à Alep, ça ne m'a pas nécessairement choqué ou surpris, mais ce qui m'a vraiment ce qui m'a enragé, c'était le sourire qu'il avait dans le visage.
الزلزال صح عمل دمار في منطقة حلب، ولكن الدمار الأكبر كان نتيجة طائرات بشار الأسد، هي أنقاض قصف طائراته وقصف سلاحه على رؤوس المدنيين.
The rebels in the Idlib region received virtually no support at a time when they needed it most. The regime received Western aid. In front of the cameras, it presented an image of a return to normality.
Des événements comme le tremblement de terre, c'est l'occasion pour Bachar de regagner un peu de capital politique, mais c'est aussi une façon, une justification pour les autres pays du Golfe occidentaux pour rediscuter avec Bachar. C'est quand même compliqué pour beaucoup de monde parce que ce que Bachar a fait pendant 10 ans, tout le monde l'a vu, tout le monde s'est largement documenté. C'est donc compliqué politiquement. Et donc, si vous voulez, un événement comme le tremblement de terre permet de détourner l'attention et peut être utilisé comme justification, donc à la fois par le régime, mais aussi par les pays qui au départ le boycottaient.
Un certain nombre de pays européens ont commencé à demander une révision de la stratégie européenne vis-à-vis de la Syrie. L'Italie, à l'été 2024, a annoncé qu'ils allaient envoyer un ambassadeur en Syrie, donc c'était quand même un geste fort. C'était le premier pays du G7 à annoncer vouloir reprendre des relations diplomatiques avec la Syrie. Et c'était lié à un ensemble de constats. Ces pays qui voulaient se rapprocher de la Syrie, d'abord, considéraient que les négociations de paix étaient bloquées et que du coup, il n'y avait pas vraiment de solution. Et donc, la seule solution qu'ils voyaient, c'était de se rapprocher du régime.
As the pressure grew for normalization, the countries in the region wanted to counter the influence of Russia and Iran, which they considered to have become too great. Bashar al-Assad was once again received with great ceremony in Saudi Arabia.
On a tous vu ces images insultantes. Je ne trouve pas un mot plus gentil. Ces images insultantes de Bachar al-Assad à Jeddah, au sommet de la Ligue arabe, un boucher qui a tué plus de 200 000, 300 000, 500 000, personne ne sait le chiffre exact, de personnes qui a déplacé la moitié de la population, reçue comme n'importe quelle personne au pouvoir. C'est dégoûtant aussi de voir à quel prix les vies de ces Syriens ne valaient rien, en effet, pour nos frères arabes.
12 years after being expelled, Syria regained its seat in the Arab League in 2023. The League preferred to turn a blind eye to the regime's violence. The Syrian president made the most of his return to the international stage. He visited China for the first time since the start of the war in Syria. And the official images of the Assad couple's trip were supposed to reflect that Syria was once again accepted in the eyes of the world. But in reality, Bashar al-Assad needed new allies.
Très probablement, Pékin n'aurait pas invité Bachar s'il n'y avait pas eu d'abord un retour de la Syrie vers la Ligue arabe. Et donc, en fait, les négociations, enfin, le retour de la Syrie vers la Ligue arabe est effectif dans le sens que la Syrie, maintenant, assiste à toutes les réunions de la Ligue arabe, à différents comités, organismes liés à la Ligue arabe. Mais en termes de retour des investissements, de présence politique, c'est un vrai échec. En particulier, les Saoudiens sont extrêmement déçus, semble-t-il, du manque d'efforts du régime syrien par rapport au Captagon, par rapport à toutes sortes de dossiers. Et donc, c'est un peu, si vous voulez, le reflet de ce qu'a été longtemps la politique syrienne. Hein. C'est qu'on fait quasiment aucune concession. On attend que les autres s'épuisent. On se fiche si pendant tout ce temps, eh bien, on perd beaucoup de temps, l'économie se dégrade, la population est épuisée. Mais on reste au pouvoir et tout le monde viendra vers nous et tout ira bien, mieux à un moment.
However, Bashar al-Assad's situation was far from improving. After the 7th of October 2023, Israel struck Hamas allies everywhere, including in Syria.
Les bombardements israéliens en Syrie ont affaibli le Hezbollah et les milices iraniennes présentes en Syrie et ont aussi dérangé leur capacité d'action militaire et de manœuvre à l'intérieur de la Syrie.
In 2024, more than 300 Israeli bombs fell on Syria. These strikes mainly targeted military bases, but also the home of the president's brother Maher al-Assad and the Iranian consulate in Damascus. Israel had not forgiven the Syrian authorities for their alliance with the Iranians. Despite the Israeli attacks, Damascus still looked like a normal capital.
Une personne étrangère qui travaille pour les Nations Unies ou pour autres organisations internationales, quand ils vont à Damas, ils pensent que la vie est normale, parce qu'ils voient tous les cafés sont remplis, tous les restos sont remplis, il y a plein de monde qui se débrouille bien dans la ville, mais ce que ces personnes n'arrivent pas à réaliser, c'est le fait que c'est 0,001% de la population qu'ils voient dans les rues, qu'ils voient dans les cafés, qu'ils voient dans les restos. Le reste du pays, et le reste aussi des habitants de Damas, ils sont dans la misère. Donc, juste pour vous donner une idée, mes parents, qui habitent quand même dans un quartier plutôt chic, ils ont l'électricité 4 heures par jour. Ils n'ont plus de mazout pour se chauffer.
Faisal, a Syrian journalist, risked his life to secretly film these images. In the Assad kingdom, poverty must be kept hidden from view. A few weeks before the fall of the regime, the population could no longer afford to eat or live properly. Many were forced to hold down several jobs just to get by. More and more children were roaming the streets or trying to work to survive. The queues outside bakeries were getting longer. Many people could no longer even buy bread. Everything was smuggled in, from food to petrol, but the prices were beyond the reach of most Syrians.
بمنتهى البساطة الوضع المعيشي بسوريا حاليا هو الأسوأ من الحرب العالمية الأولى. بحسب تقديرات الأمم المتحدة معدل الفقر تجاوز 90%. رواتب الموظفين بالقطاع العام على سبيل المثال يعني عم تتراوح بين 15 و 25 دولار بالشهر فقط. في كثيرين بالنسبة لهم ما عم تكفي حتى يعني أجور مواصلات. النشاط الوحيد يلي ممكن يخلي حدا يعيش بمستوى مقبول هو دخل من نشاطات للأسف بغالبيتها الكاسحة غير مشروعة.
This lack of a future has driven Syrians to leave their country. South of Damascus, in the town of Sawaida, many young people have already left via neighboring Jordan. Lojain is a doctor in a medical center. She can't make a decent living and is also considering leaving the country. The young activist took a huge risk in agreeing to be filmed for our documentary. In Assad, Syria, testifying about the situation is tantamount to betraying your country.
الإنسان بسوريا عم يشتغل وظيفتين وثلاث وظائف وأحيانا أكثر لحتى يكفي قوت يومه، يمكن لحتى يجيب حليب لأولاده أو شنطاي وكتب لمدارس أطفاله، وما عم يلحق أصلا. يعني إذا كان في حدا عايش بسوريا ونحن عم نحكي عايش يعني موصل للحد، يعني الأساسيات نحن ما عم نحكي كماليات، طبعا الكماليات والرفاهيات نحن نسيناها بسوريا، أما الشخص اللي عايش شوي هو فقط من أموال الاغتراب.
Even though the population was already on its knees, the regime raised the price of petrol yet again. The people of Subaida once again took to the streets for over a year. Damascus did not react. The regime was only a few months away from its eventual fall, and the Assad clan could no longer afford to suppress the protests.
في مقولة يعني معروفة ومشهورة بسوريا إنه إذا قامت السويداء هذا يعني قبر النظام.
Since the start of the civil war, Syria has lost a quarter of its population. Hassan, having documented the regime's chemical attacks on the Ghouta district in 2013, was forced to leave with his family and move to northern Lebanon. For those who remained, the punishment was brutal. The regime also punished the loved ones of activists.
عندي يمكن بسبب تعرضوا للاعتقال. عندي أختي نحن طلعنا وهن أخذوهم، حرموها من أولادها. صعب إنك تطمن إنك محروم حتى تحكي معاهم، يعني محروم اليوم أنت تحكي مع أختك، ممنوع بياخدوها رد. الوضع سيء علينا كلنا. يمكن القدر هيك راد. أنا أبي راح، عمومي راحوا، ولاد عمي راحوا، كنا 90 شاب، اليوم بقينا 10. عيلة راحت كلها.
Since 2020, Lebanon has plunged into a terrible economic crisis, with more than half the population living below the poverty line, and the situation is even more difficult for Syrian refugees.
يعني وقت تفكر مجرد لحظة إنه عم طلقت ونزلت على الحدود السورية، عم تتذكر أهلك اللي عدموا النظام، بتقول يمكن البحر أحن عليك. إلي ذكرياتي وإلي بس بيبقى هو بلدي يعني بالنهاية. طبعا إذا سقط النظام أنا فورا برجع، فورا بدقيقة برجع.
Moi aussi, je veux revenir en Syrie. Mais je ne suis pas prêt à payer ma vie pour revenir dans mon pays. Je veux revenir dans un pays où je peux jouir de mes droits, mais aussi de jouir de ma vie.
When they spoke to us, Bassam and Assad had no idea that the regime would fall only a few weeks later. A coalition led by the Islamists of HTS group took advantage of the weakness of the regime and its allies. After months of preparation, on the 27th of November 2024, the Syrian rebels launched a new offensive. Starting from their stronghold in the Idlib region in the northwest of the country, they took the towns of Aleppo, then Hama, Homs, and finally Damascus in just 11 days.
La chute d'Assad est due à deux facteurs, un facteur externe et un facteur interne. Le facteur externe, c'est l'affaiblissement du soutien des deux grandes puissances étrangères qui permettaient à Assad de rester au pouvoir. L'Iran, parce qu'il est occupé avec la guerre au Liban contre Israël, et la Russie qui est concentrée sur l'Ukraine et qui prend quelques distances. Ça, c'est le facteur externe. Ensuite, le facteur interne, ce qu'on ne réalise pas assez, c'est que l'armée syrienne était totalement exsangue. Les soldats étaient sous-payés, la crise économique faisait qu'ils avaient un deuxième travail souvent à côté de leur travail de soldat, ils revendaient l'essence des chars pour se faire de l'argent à côté, ils n'étaient pas nourris. Donc ça aussi, ça mine le moral et ça mine les capacités. Et donc, quand les rebelles ont commencé à avancer, les soldats n'ont pas défendu les positions et ils se sont enfuis. Et donc, il y a eu un effet boule de neige parce que l'Iran et la Russie, qui étaient déjà un petit peu distanciés, voyant qu'il n'y avait pas de soutien de la part de la propre armée du pays, n'ont pas vraiment cherché à soutenir davantage le régime Assad.
Within just a few days, Iranian and Russian troops left Syria in panic. The only gesture towards its former ally was Moscow's discreet agreement to take in the fleeing Assad clan. The rebel coalition took control of the country. Then the world discovered, at the same time as the Syrians, the depths of the Assad system. Several thousand women, children, and men were released from prison. Some had been locked up there for decades under the presidency of Bashar al-Assad's father. Syrians celebrated as their country emerged from 54 years of dictatorship. In a Syrian capital still in shock, Faisal is taking his first steps as a free journalist. He was the one who secretly shot the images of Damascus for us before the fall of the regime.
واليوم أول مرة عم نقدر إجي صور بكاميرتي بعادي بلا خوف هلا.
وكنت صور هيك دوما
انه انا بفتح الموبايل وبمشي هيك وعير مشيتي على مهلي مشان شوي شوي اخذ الفيديو او اكون بالسيرفيس، فاعمل حالي عم برد على التليفون. كاميرتي اتكسرت مرتين، يكسروا لي اياها، فهلا ما حدا رح يكسر لي كاميرتي. اهلا على فرع المنطقه.
The Assad system was based on around 20 intelligence services that were officially responsible for the country's security. In practice, they operated unchecked, with the power to arrest anyone at any time. The mere mention of them still terrifies the population today. Faisal is returning to this building for the first time. He was detained here in December 2012 for photographing demonstrations.
هاي الامانات هاي كانوا يتركوها ياخذوها من العالم بس يفوتوا، والمفترض يسلموها للعالم بس يفلوا، فلما نلاقي امانات معناتها صاحب الامانه ما طلع. هذا الشبح هذا كان يعلقوا فيه العالم، يربطوا لهم ايديهم يرفعوهم. ولا كنت ما بتمنى اساسا ارجع ازوره لهذا المكان. هاي اول مره بيجي لهون. انا ما انسجنت هون، انا بس مريت مرور وهو كان عامل لي هذا الرعب. انه لما فتحوا الزنزانه وانا هيك رجفت من الريحه، وعدد الناس اللي شفتهم. في ناس نعرفهم ماتوا هون، يعني مشان شو كان عم يعمل كل هالشيء بالناس. بيستحي الواحد حتى ينفعل او يبكي لانه بيفكر هيك بعقدة الناجي، انه انا ما تعذبت هون، الناس اللي تعذبوا هون اللي بحق لهم يبكوا ويتأثروا. بس الإيحاء بالعنف احيانا اقصى من العنف.
Nearly 700 journalists were killed by the Syrian authorities between 2011 and 2024. True to his word, Bassam did not wait a minute after the fall of the regime. As soon as Bashar al-Assad's departure was announced, he sent this video.
نحن الآن على حدود السورية.
The borders have reopened and almost 300,000 Syrians, refugees in neighboring countries, are returning home. Bassam was born and grew up on the outskirts of Damascus. His district of Ghouta has been destroyed. Tens of thousands of residents have either left or died in the regime's chemical attacks and bombings between 2013 and 2018.
ما متوقعين واحد يرجع للبلد. والله قلت بالسلم لسه حافظ بعد منه، بالسلم بالشهر ومستحيل نرجع. هذا الحلم انا ما متوقعه. يعني هلا انا قاعد بالبلد وما مصدق انه انا قاعد بالبلد نهائيا. يعني لحد الان هلا عملوا لواحد معقوله سقط بشار اسد، عمل لي سقط، قلت له قرصهم، قرصهم.
The family home was completely looted by soldiers from the 4th Division, Maher al-Assad's group.
وهي كله مكسر هيك، حتى برايز الكهرباء ساحبينها، ما مخلين فيها شيء نهائيا، فاضي. يعني واحد بيتم زعلان، هي الفرحه طبعا انه رجعت للبيت، البيت ما بيتاخذ ولا بيروح، بس رفيقك وابوك واخوك وابن عمك واللي كنت صار انت وياه هون بهذا البيت، تطلع بتلاقي بكل زاويه في لك ذكرى، الحرقه بالقلب. في خوف لهلا معشش الخوف، من خلال واحد عيلته رايحه كلها بشكل كامل، بيتم في خوف بقلبه. نحن رايحين على سيد نايب. يلا السلام عليكم.
Built on a hill 30 kilometers from Damascus, Sednaya prison was described as a human slaughterhouse by NGOs. Bassam does not want to forget anything. He continues to collect traces of the regime's crimes on behalf of his NGO.
لعل وعسى الاقي له قصاصة ورقه صغيره تدل على حدا من العائله تبعنا. يعني في ابي، عمي الثاني، اولاد عمي كلياتهم.
The prison archives have been dispersed or destroyed, and yet they are essential if justice is ever to be done. Since the start of the revolution, more than 30,000 people, including several hundred children, have died here. But those figures could still rise as activists like Bassam gather more information. Even today, the smell of death is very present in the corridors and cells.
يعني ايامات بسهر هيك بالليل بكون عم وثق فيهم باي ذنب هذا، ما بعرف ليش، شو السبب؟ ممكن يكون عنده اطفال، عائله قاعده عم تنتظره. اغلب الاحيان ما بيجيني نوم.
What will become of these centers of torture and death? The new government has not yet made up its mind, but activists want to turn them into places of remembrance.
هذا السجن رح يبقى إذا بقي هو رح يكون غصة لكل إنسان بيمر من هذا الشارع، لكل الضحايا، لأنه هي الأرض ارتوت من السوريين، وهذا السجن رح يبقى ذكرى لديكتاتور قمع شعبه هو والده 40 سنة.
More than 100,000 people are thought to have disappeared between 2011 and 2024 in Syrian prisons. So far, around 60 mass graves like this one have been discovered in the country. These disappearances are considered crimes against humanity by the United Nations. Investigations have not yet begun to identify the victims. But for that to happen, the war would have to end in Syria. Even after its dazzling victory, HTS does not control all the territory. In the south, the Israeli army has extended its occupation in the Golan Heights. In the north, the Turks are bombing Kurdish-held areas on a massive scale. All this without attracting international condemnation.
Les voisins de la Syrie ont profité du vide du pouvoir et de la chute d'Assad pour avancer leurs propres intérêts, leurs intérêts sécuritaires. Pour la Turquie, il s'agit de repousser les groupes kurdes qui sont dans le nord-est de la Syrie, donc c'est pour ça qu'ils ont mené des frappes. Et pour Israël, il s'agit de s'assurer que le nouveau pouvoir en place à Damas ne peut pas être une menace pour eux. C'est la raison pour laquelle ils ont bombardé massivement toutes les infrastructures militaires dans le pays, les bases aériennes, les centres de recherche qui étaient soupçonnés d'abriter les structures qui ont permis de fabriquer les armes chimiques. Et donc, il y a des études qui estiment que 80% de la capacité de l'armée syrienne a été détruite par les bombardements israéliens.
Despite the devastation of the country, Abu Mohammed al-Jolani seeks to offer reassurance. He has set aside his military uniform and wears a suit and tie in the colors of the new Syria. The new president also gave up his nom de guerre and reverted to his civilian name, Ahmad al-Sharaa. He knows that the whole world is analyzing his every move to decide whether normalization is finally possible. His every word is weighed.
وسنعمل على تشكيل حكومة انتقالية شاملة تعبر عن تنوع سوريا برجالها ونسائها وشبابها، وتتولى العمل على بناء مؤسسات سوريا الجديدة حتى نصل إلى مرحلة انتخابات حرة نزيهة.
Maintenant, la vraie question, le vrai challenge pour lui, c'est d'élargir son socle, parce que jusqu'à présent, il ne se repose uniquement que sur des loyalistes, des gens de confiance qui viennent d'Idlib, qui sont très conservateurs. C'est frappant parce qu'à Damas, aujourd'hui, quand on va dans les ministères sont absolument vides. Il n'y a que quelques personnes autour de chaque ministre, des personnes de confiance qui font tout. Donc c'est ça le vrai défi aujourd'hui, c'est d'élargir et d'ouvrir le pouvoir de transition aux autres composants de la Syrie. Et c'est très frappant quand on parle à la société civile syrienne, aux Syriens. Beaucoup disent, voilà, le nouveau pouvoir, il est unicolore. Et nous, ce qu'on voudrait, c'est un pouvoir multicolore qui représente toutes les couleurs, toute la diversité et la richesse de la société syrienne.
After years of censorship, speech is now free in Syria. Rojain has taken off her doctor's coat and taken to the stage. For the first time, the young woman and her friends feel they can dare to make fun of the Assad clan. Rojain plays the wife of an angry, authoritarian dictator.
يعني مين طالب منك تلم الامور؟ ما خليها خربانه، كل ما كانت خربانه كل ما احسن. من اخبرك ان الامور يجب ان تكون تحت السيطره؟ مين قال لك ان الامور لازم؟
Today, Syrians can laugh about the past.
Okay, we're gonna see what to do with electricity.
But nothing has changed in their daily lives.
كيف بدنا نكمل البروفا بدون كهرباء يعني والله ما بعرف. ما في دوري اساسا. ليك عبد الله اعطيني الموبايل لو سمحت. اوكي تمام. اوكي بالرغم ان نحن يعني تحررنا صحيح، نحن سعداء جدا وعندنا احلام كثير وطموحات وعندنا امل، بس يعني كمان الواقع كثير غامض والمشهد غامض جدا. يعني الكتابة، الفن، كلها هي ببعض المعتقدات الدينية تعتبر محرمة. يعني حتى النحت محرم والرسم محرم، يعني أي شيء، الشعر، الغناء كلها محرم. الشعر لا، لكن الغناء محرم. الكتابة حتى محددة جدا، يعني لازم تكون في رقابة شديدة عليها. كانت فيما قبل سقوط بشار هي رقابة سياسية، الآن هي رقابة يعني نخشى، هي لم تحدث الآن لكن نخشى أنها تصير رقابة دينية. وبأي لحظة نحن قادرين أن نرجع نتظاهر، لأنه نحن تعلمنا كيف نتظاهر، تعلمنا كيف نقول لا، إلى أن تتحقق مطالبنا بدولة مدنية ديمقراطية، دولة مواطنة، دولة سيادة قانون، ودولة علمانية. العصفور لما يطلع من القفص مستحيل يرجع على القفص.
This need for freedom is being expressed in every square in Syria. Every day there are rallies to express joy, but also to oppose HTS's announcements, particularly on women's rights.
Il y a eu certaines décisions qui ont été très critiquées. Ils ont rétropédalé immédiatement, donc on voit qu'ils sont même assez soucieux d'une forme d'adhésion de la population à leur projet. Aujourd'hui, l'avenir de la Syrie est entre les mains des Syriens. Les Syriens ont acquis un savoir-faire et des compétences très importantes qui vont être utiles dans la reconstruction du pays. Ils ont la volonté de le faire et ils peuvent le faire à condition que les acteurs extérieurs qui ont imposé des sanctions les lèvent pour que ça ne bloque pas l'économie, et à condition aussi que les acteurs extérieurs n'influencent pas de façon négative le jeu politique.
Today, more than ever, Syrians are demanding the right to decide their own future. But this hope is still fragile. Economic challenges, internal divisions, and external interference still threaten the country's stability. Above all, the terrible legacy of the Assad clan will not be eased overnight. Years of violence, repression, and destruction have left deep scars, and the consequences will be felt for a long time to come.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama, and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counteroffensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready. Weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
It was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, the crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this, it's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. An airbase, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command fort.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions in the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7th, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin Al-Net with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, old trees, old.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses and only measured in rubble, they're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Village.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest and get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin A, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then we're told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly the Hama massacre, among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Tamim soldiers and commanders, filled with resolve, pushed the forces across 4 axes, an effort we prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. We can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs, and Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, and to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Khmeimim, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
You were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind, just as it was leaving him, in silence. A clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m., the plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maiman. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other street. After 3:30, News began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Yemen, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports. With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance. The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, we were free Syria. They danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did. And Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
History made in Syria. Turning a new page. Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, flees the country. Assad belongs to the second generation of an autocratic family dynasty that held power in Syria for more than 5 decades. Now, decades later, Assad's escaping Syria amid a rebel advance signals an overwhelming restructuring of power in a strategically vital West Asian nation. Even till 2 weeks back, the fall of Bashar al-Assad was almost unthinkable. But as the rebels started their campaign against the regime from their base in Idlib, it slowly became a reality and a turning point for Syria. On Beyond Wide Angle this week, we explore the current situation in Syria, the history of Syria, who controls what in this tightly contested region, And what's next for Syria as the post-Assad transition begins? On the 8th of December, Syrian rebels seized the capital of Syria, Damascus. President Bashar al-Assad fled to Russia. After a 13-year civil war and 6 decades of his family's rule, Moscow has given asylum to Assad and his family. Fall of Assad's government might mean a wipeout of a bastion from which Iran and Russia exercised their influence across the Arab world. It may limit Iran's ability to spread weapons to its allies and could cost Russia its Mediterranean naval base. But will it also mean the homecoming of millions of refugees scattered across Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan? Immediately after the regime's downfall, Syrians ransacked Assad's private residence in Damascus. Pictures from Assad's residence show the palatial home in a shambles, with empty cabinets, paintings, and other personal belongings scattered across floors. In one image, a man is seen attempting to take away a chandelier. In yet another, a group of people pose for a picture where Assad once lived. Reactions from Syrians since Assad's downfall reflect the deep hostility that he provoked within the country. Citizens in Damascus toppled statues of Assad's late father, Hafez al-Assad, a symbol of the regime's 50-year grip on the nation. The end of Assad's decades-long rule has also sparked widespread celebrations among Syrians in Syria and beyond.
Very emotional right now. We almost don't believe that this is happening unreal. We live to see this moment that Assad has left. I've read this news today in the morning, 6 a.m. that Assad has left. I didn't believe it. It's a dream that we've been dreaming for 12 years. This is not something that just happened today. He's been killing his people for a long time.
We're really hoping for a better future. We're hoping for a better government that's going to come up, a government that cares for civilians, a government that will not kill its civilians, of course, because what's going on has been horrible. I mean, millions of civilians have been killed. It's awful. I mean, I have family who have unfortunately parents as well. But we're very happy. We're hoping for the best for the future and for the rest of the Middle East as well.
I can't speak for all Syrian people, but I can confidently say the majority of Syrian people probably didn't think this was going to happen not even in their dream. So it's very surreal, and I think the happiness is shared amongst all Syrians all around the world.
It's unbelievable. I'm still not understanding he actually got out of the country. He flew out, and Syria's free, liberated again. So now it's our time to rebuild it, and then the new country.
The scenes of jubilation reflect the distress created by Assad's dictatorial regime.
The Syrian people have every right to celebrate the moment that many of them have been waiting for. We're talking, and this is really the time to honor those that have been unjustly killed, those that have been violently detained. We've seen those many images of women, children, people who have been behind bars for decades and with no closure to many of their family members who thought that they were, gone. And there's also a reckoning to those that have been displaced. We're talking, let me give you some numbers, and this is key. You're talking about the biggest refugee crisis since World War II. You're talking about the biggest internal displaced population since that war as well.
Syria is home to one of the oldest civilizations on the planet. The country has valuable resources, including oil, gas, and fertile farmland. But Syria's significance goes beyond its resources. Its real power lies in its location. Syria is centrally located. It is a key crossroad between Asia, Europe, and Africa, influencing regional stability and global power dynamics. From its ancient roots to the Syrian civil war and the recent political instability, the country has had a complex and chaotic history. Modern-day Syria, a country located in West Asia on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, is one of the most ancient inhabited regions on Earth. Syria covers an area that has seen invasions over the ages, from Romans and Mongols to Crusaders and Turks. It is home to diverse ethnic and religious groups, including Kurds, Armenians, Assyrians, Christians, Druze, Alawites, Shias, and Sunnis, the last of whom make up a majority of the Muslim population. Modern Syria gained its independence from France in 1946. Between 1949 and 1971, the country had waves of political instability, with multiple military coups and coup attempts. Between 1958 and 1961, Syria briefly joined with Egypt to form the United Arab Republic. In 1963, the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party, which was active throughout West Asia since the late 1940s, seized power of Syria in a coup known as the Ba'ath Revolution. In 1967, during the Six-Day War, Israel seized the Golan Heights, a rocky plateau located in southwestern Syria. Conflict over this coveted area continued for years. It goes on till this day. In 1970, Hafez al-Assad, the Syrian Minister of Defense, overthrew the de facto leader of Syria, Salah Jadid. Hafez al-Assad was part of the Islam Alawite. During his presidency, Hafez was credited with strengthening the Syrian military with the help of the Soviets. Hafez remained president for 30 years until his death in 2000. After Hafez's death in 2000, his son Bashar al-Assad inherited the presidency. At the start of his presidency, Bashar al-Assad released 600 political prisoners. Syrians grew hopeful that their new leader would grant more freedom and impose less oppression than his father. However, within a year, Bashar used threats and arrests to stop pro-reform activism. In 2002, the United States accused Syria of acquiring weapons of mass destruction and listed the nation as a member of the so-called Axis of Evil countries.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. By seeking weapons of mass destruction, these regimes pose a grave and growing danger.
After a few years of diplomacy between Assad and other nations, the United States renewed sanctions against Syria in 2010, saying the regime supported terrorist groups. Revolts in Egypt and Tunisia, which became known as the Arab Spring, broke out in early 2011. Peaceful protests also broke out in Syria and became widespread. Assad and the Syrian government responded by arresting and killing hundreds of protesters and their family members. These events, combined with other circumstances, including a flagging economy, a lack of general freedom, and a tense religious atmosphere, led to civilian resistance and ultimately an uprising. At the height of the Arab Spring, pro-democracy demonstrators took to the streets in Syria as well, when the Syrian government used deadly force to crush the dissent, protests demanding President Bashar al-Assad's resignation erupted nationwide. Syria descended into a multidimensional civil war with the involvement of different countries. As Assad's forces crushed the pro-democracy movement, an armed opposition began to form, made up of small organic militias and some defectors from the Syrian military. Hundreds of rebel groups sprung up, and it did not take long for the conflict to become more than a battle between Syrians for or against Assad. More than 6 million Syrians fled the country during that time. The opposition forces were made up of different ideologies, but the foreign powers, including neighboring Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, unified in their common goal of toppling Assad. As the chaos worsened, they were supported by extremist organizations with their own goals, like the Islamic State Group and Al-Qaeda. By 2014, the extremists dominated and the ISIS started sweeping across the country. Fearing Syria would become a permanent terror hotbed, an international coalition led by the US stepped in with a focus on eliminating the group, but without confronting the Syrian regime. The Syrian Democratic Forces, a US partner made up of Kurdish fighters, fought against the ISIS, effectively ending the group's territorial existence. In 2020, Russia and Turkey agreed to a ceasefire in the last remaining opposition-held province, Idlib. There have been no major flare-ups since then, but Syria's government never regained all of its territory. But as the recent events in Syria show, armed resistance never went away. In November 2024, a coalition led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, swiftly captured several major cities, including Damascus, and toppled Assad's regime.
The crisis in Syria is really the re-eruption of a conflict that has continued since 2011, when Syrians in their hundreds of thousands protested against the Syrian regime under Bashar al-Assad. This led increasingly to peaceful protests around the country, which became more violent, not least because the Syrian regime cracked down very heavily, using lethal force against these protesters. And in turn, this started the creation of what originally was called the Free Syrian Army, but a whole host of armed opposition groups, often backed by outside states, that were determined, of course, to get rid of the Syrian regime. Now, this over a decade continued, but for the last few years, the front lines in this conflict between all these various groups had largely frozen.
Let's take a look at the territorial control of various groups in Syria. Syrian Government Force is the government's main military force. It fights alongside the National Defense Forces, a pro-government paramilitary group. The Syrian government troops have long controlled a large part of the country, strengthened by the allied forces dispatched by Russia and Iran. A US-led global coalition that deployed special forces in Syria in 2014 to help an alliance of Kurdish and Arab militias called the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. Since then, the SDF has battled the Islamic State group. Capturing the land held by the extremists in eastern Syria. About 900 American troops are stationed in Syria's east, to guard against a resurgence by the extremist group. Turkey considers the principal Kurdish faction of the SDF to be linked to the banned Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, that it and its allies regard as a terrorist group. Anti-government forces led by the insurgent Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, was set up under a different name, Jabhat al-Nusra, in 2011 as a direct affiliate of Al-Qaeda. HTS was regarded as one of the most effective and deadly of the groups ranged against President Assad. HTS was prescribed as a terrorist group by the UN, the US, Turkey, and other countries, and still remains so. But al-Julani broke ties with Al-Qaeda, dissolved Jabhat al-Nusra, and set up a new organization, which took the name Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, and it merged with several other similar groups a year later. HTS controls much of northwest Syria. There's also the Syrian National Army, which is a Turkish-backed rebel force in northern Syria.
In addition to all of that, you have one of the major groups in Syria, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, is listed as a terrorist group. So this then brings questions as to how the group itself has been signaling that they are willing to share power, that they have changed their ideology, and they have acted in a very distant way. They gave assurances to minorities in the areas they captured, but also they were able to, as I said, protect the areas, prevent violations, and signal that they could even potentially allow someone else to lead or participate in governing the areas they captured.
Renewed violence in northwest Syria has deepened one of the world's largest displacement crises. Since the civil war began in 2011, more than 13 million Syrians have been displaced. And about 7 million people were trapped inside, unable to leave. More than 4.9 million have sought refuge in neighboring countries like Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, and Iraq, while another 1.3 million have found refuge in Europe. They are faced with two options: to leave everything behind and seek safety in other countries, or to stay displaced in their own shattered and battered homeland. The United Nations said that the escalation in fighting in Syria has displaced around 280,000 people since November 27, and that the numbers could swell to 1.5 million. After the ouster of President Bashar al-Assad, many Syrian refugees are eager to return to their homeland. Braving the cold, draped in blankets and coats, hundreds of refugees arrive at Turkey's Silbegozu and Onkupinar border gates. Authorities set up a checkpoint allowing Syrians with suitable documentation to advance to the border gate. Among those waiting at Silbegozu was 27-year-old Mohammed El Mubuhar, who fled Damascus in 2018 and has been living and working in Turkey.
I came here 6 years ago and I have been working. But now that Syrian President Bashar Assad is gone, I decided to go back immediately. We are going to go back now, but it's a little difficult. The line isn't moving. My family is there in Syria and I will meet them. We are happy Assad is gone. There is no more torture. God willing, Syria will be better.
Another refugee at the Onkupinar border gate, Mustafa Sultan, says he is going to Syria to find his older brother.
I came to Turkey in 2015. Right now, thank God, the war is over. Assad is over. My older brother was in prison. I haven't seen him for 13 years. The prisons have been emptied, so I'm going to go see whether he's alive. I don't know if he is. I will go to Damascus and take a look.
Hundreds of displaced Syrians who fled to neighboring Lebanon years years ago also returned home. They seem determined to rebuild their lives back home in Syria, despite economic hardship, harsh winter, and threat of renewed violence.
I have no intention of going to Lebanon. I have always wanted to return home. This is our homeland. Whatever happens, we will stay. We can't forsake our country as it needs us now, so we will not quit on it.
Similar stories of determination abound among other returnees. Qatar, a mother of 5 who fled Lebanon, is struggling to make ends meet with no income besides aid.
This is our homeland and our house. We decided to repair our house and stay here. My children want to come back to join the military and serve their country. We hope to get assistance to repair our house so that my children can return and live here. What we need now is safety, and we want our country to become safe like it used to be.
As refugees from Syria's long civil war are making their way back home, the new interim Prime Minister, Mohammed al-Bashir, has been appointed with the backing of the rebels who toppled President Bashar al-Assad. Bashir will lead the interim authority until March 1st. Born in 1983, Bashir ran the HTS-led Salvation Government before the 12-day lightning rebel offensive swept into Damascus. He had previously held the role of development minister. Set up in 2017, the Salvation Government has its own ministers, departments, and judicial and security authorities who assisted people in the rebel-held area cut off from government services. It has since begun rolling out assistance in Aleppo, the first major city to fall on the 27th of November. Meanwhile, the Biden administration says that the U.S. will support the new Syrian government that renounces terrorism and protects the rights of minorities and women. Despite the support from the United States, Syria is threatened by Israel's onslaught of attacks. On the 10th of December, Israel carried out a wave of heavy airstrikes across Syria as its troops advanced deeper into the country. Israeli military said it had carried out more than 480 strikes in Syria, hitting most of the strategic weapons stockpiles in the country to stop them from falling into the hands of extremists. Israel has a long history of seizing territory during wars with its neighbors and occupying it indefinitely, citing security concerns. Israel captured the Golan Heights from Syria in the 1967 Mideast War and annexed it in a move not recognized internationally except by the United States. So, what's next for Syria? With Assad's departure marking the end of an oppressive era, the journey to rebuild Syria will be fraught with challenges. Restoring Syria into a steady form will be a colossal task. It remains to be seen how rebel leaders and international players will navigate this volatile transition to restore stability and address the humanitarian crisis that emerged in the wake of the civil war in Syria. On November 27th, Syrian rebels advanced eastward toward Aleppo, Syria's second largest city. Within 2 days, the insurgents had seized control of Aleppo. forcing the Syrian army to retreat and announce temporary withdrawal. Later that week, the Syrian military lost dozens of soldiers to the fighting, marking the first major flare-up in years between both sides. So what is the conflict in Syria all about? Why does Syria have a civil war? Why has the Syrian conflict erupted now? And how will this revived civil war affect the politics of West Asia? How important is Syria to the world? All this and more on this week's episode of We on Wide Angle. This is Syria, a country located in the heart of West Asia. It shares borders with Turkey to the north, Iraq to the east, Lebanon to the west, and Israel and Jordan to the south, making it a major strategic player in West Asia. With a population of 25 million across an area of around 185,000 square kilometers, Syria is the 57th most populous and 87th largest country. Its area includes territory in the Golan Heights that Israel has been occupying since 1967. Before its civil war, over 22 million people called Syria home, but things have changed over the years. Millions are fleeing the country, leaving behind a Syria in crisis. Historically rich, Syria's cities, Damascus and Aleppo, are among the oldest in the world. The country has valuable resources, including oil, gas, and fertile farmland. But Syria's significance goes beyond its resources. Its real power lies in its location. Let's understand Syria's geopolitical importance. Syria is centrally located. It is a key crossroad between Asia, Europe, and Africa, influencing regional stability and global power dynamics. Syria also acts as a buffer state, which means a neutral country between two hostile countries that tries to cushion the outbreak of regional conflict. It also serves as a buffer between rival powers, especially the US, Turkey, Iran, and Russia. Syria is economically important as well. It has significant oil and natural gas reserves, particularly in Deir ez-Zor. Syria's location makes it important for regional trade, including potential pipeline routes for oil and gas, which is why global powers like Russia, the US, Iran, and Turkey see Syria as a gateway to controlling trade routes, energy pipelines, and regional politics. This geographical position has contributed to Syria's involvement in regional power dynamics.
Well, Syria has always historically been a strategic location. It lies in the eastern Mediterranean, and this is where many ancient trade routes lay, and going across from what is today Iraq, historically Mesopotamia. So it's always had this strategic position. It's on the northern part of the Arab world, coming up against Turkey. It has some modest oil supplies, but principally it's the location. Of course, it also is to the north of Israel. It shares a border with Israel. Israel actually occupies part of Syria, the Golan Heights. And so it also is dragged into the Arab-Israeli conflict. But it is seen also by Iran as very key, because Iran wishes to have a corridor, what it certainly used to have, all the way from Tehran to Beirut. And of course, Syria lies right in the middle.
It is in this strategically important country that the fresh surge in violence has reignited one of the worst humanitarian crises of the 21st century. Syrian rebel forces launched a major offensive on Aleppo. "350 kilometers north of the capital, Damascus, Aleppo has been a critical battleground in the Syrian civil war. Before the conflict, Aleppo was one of Syria's largest cities, home to 2.3 million people. The attack on Syria's once thriving commercial hub marks the first challenge to President Bashar al-Assad's regime in years, potentially threatening an already destabilized West Asia. But how did Syria get here? Let's dig deeper. The Syrian civil war began around the Arab Spring of 2010. It was dubbed so as many countries in West Asia and North Africa saw uprisings against authoritarian governments that were in power for decades. In some nations, like Tunisia and Egypt, the ruling governments were forced out. In most others, governments and militaries crushed the movements. At the height of the Arab Spring, pro-democracy demonstrators took to the streets in Syria as well. When the Syrian government used deadly force to crush the dissent, protests demanding President Bashar al-Assad's resignation erupted nationwide. The unrest spread and the country descended into a civil war. As Assad's forces crushed the pro-democracy movement, an armed opposition began to form, made up of small organic militias and some defectors from the Syrian military. Hundreds of rebel groups sprung up, and it did not take long for the conflict to become more than a battle between Syrians for or against Assad.
The crisis in Syria is really the re-eruption of a conflict that has continued since 2011, when Syrians in their hundreds of thousands protested against the Syrian regime under Bashar al-Assad. This led increasingly to peaceful protests around the country, which became more violent, not least because the Syrian regime cracked down very heavily, using lethal force against these protesters. And in turn, this started the creation of what originally was called the Free Syrian Army, but a whole host of armed opposition groups, often backed by outside states, that were determined, of course, to get rid of the Syrian regime. Now, this over a decade continued, but for the last few years, the front lines in this conflict between all these various groups had largely frozen.
The opposition forces were made up of different ideologies, but with a common goal of toppling Assad. They were supported by foreign powers, including neighboring Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States. And as the chaos worsened, extremist organizations with their own goals, like the Islamic State group and Al-Qaeda, also became involved. By 2014, the extremists dominated, and ISIS started sweeping across the country. Fearing Syria would become a permanent terror hotbed, an international coalition led by the United States stepped in with a focus on eliminating the group, but without confronting the Syrian regime. The Syrian Democratic Forces, a U.S. partner made up of Kurdish fighters, fought against ISIS, effectively ending the group's territorial existence. In 2020, Russia and Turkey agreed to a ceasefire in the last remaining opposition-held province, Idlib. There have been no major flare-ups since then, but Syria's government never regained all of its territory, and as the recent events in Aleppo show, armed resistance never went away. So why has the war reignited? And how has Aleppo become a critical battleground in the civil war? In 2012, rebel forces seized the eastern half of Aleppo, making it their stronghold against President Assad. The balance shifted in 2016 when the Syrian government forces, backed by a Russian aerial campaign, recaptured the city. Marked by bombings and massive displacement, the siege of Aleppo became symbolic. The recent offensive began after the rebels formed a new coalition called the Military Operations Command. Targeting areas surrounding Aleppo, the rebels advanced towards its outskirts. The new grouping is made up of a broad spectrum of opposition forces, from Islamist factions to moderates. Leading them is Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, a former al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria that used to go by the name al-Nusra Front. The group officially cut ties with al-Qaeda and is now the de facto ruler in Idlib. These rebels could be seeking to capitalize on a weakened government whose key allies are heavily preoccupied with other conflicts. In response to the rebel advance, the Russian and Syrian air forces launched an aerial offensive in Aleppo and Idlib provinces. Aleppo was the main rebel stronghold till Assad took it over in 2016. If the rebels succeeded in breaking through, it could mark a significant setback for Assad's forces and reignite intense urban warfare.
Northern Syria has been rocked by a days-long insurgency as fighters swept through villages and towns and advanced into the city of Aleppo. The insurgency is led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a group designated by the United States and the United Nations as a terrorist organization. Armed groups backed by Turkey are also involved in the surprise attack. Now, unlike other insurgencies in war-torn Syria, it appears that the fighters faced little to no resistance from the Syrian military, as they made their way through towns and villages and picked up munitions and vehicles left along the way. Now, Syria, alongside its key ally Russia, has launched a counterinsurgency. They have launched airstrikes over Idlib province, Hama, and Aleppo, trying to take out the insurgents. The Syrian army says that they've killed hundreds of insurgents over the past 24 hours. Now, this comes at an interesting time, as Syria's key allies Russia and Iran are preoccupied by conflicts of their own. And this recent flare-up in the Middle East also comes as there's conflict in the Gaza Strip and Lebanon.
The rebel advance on Aleppo comes at a time when the key players in the conflict are distracted or weakened. It has triggered the heaviest clashes since a 2020 ceasefire brought calm to the country's north. Foreign powers have a military presence in the country, including the US, Russia, and Iran. Let's take a look at the key players. The Syrian government troops have long controlled a large part of the country, strengthened by the allied forces dispatched by Russia and Iran. Assad's forces control most of the major population centers, including the capital Damascus and cities in Syria's center, south, and east. The Syrian government's capture of Aleppo in late 2016 was a turning point in the conflict, and their loss of the city in recent days is thus a huge setback. Russia, that had military bases in Syria before the war, launched an air campaign in support of Assad in 2015. It was crucial to turn the tide of the war in the government's favor. Russia's military has supported Assad from the Mediterranean coast, where it maintains its only naval base outside the former Soviet Union, and at the Hmeimim air base in Latakia province that hosts hundreds of Russian troops. However, much of its attention and resources have been focused on its war in Ukraine. Iran is believed to have deployed hundreds of troops and spent billions of dollars to help Assad. Thousands of militiamen, armed, trained, and financed by Iran, are from Lebanon's Hezbollah group that has been vastly weakened by its recent war with Israel. Iraq, Afghanistan, and Yemen have also fought alongside the Syrian army. On December 2nd, Iranian-backed Iraqi militias were deployed in Syria to back the government's counteroffensive. Turkey, on the other hand, is a major supporter of the opposition. This includes the anti-government forces led by the insurgent Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS. The HTS has long served as al-Qaeda's branch in Syria, and the UN, as well as countries including the US, considers it as a terrorist group. HTS controls much of northwest Syria. In 2017, HTS set up a salvation government to run day-to-day affairs in the region. In recent years, its leader, Abu Muhammad al-Golani, has sought to remake the group's image, cutting ties with al-Qaeda. Other insurgent groups include Nuruddin el-Sinki, that was formerly backed by the US before it joined the HTS-led alliance. A Turkish-backed coalition of groups known as the Syrian National Army has attacked areas of Tel Rifat. A US-led global coalition deployed special forces in Syria in 2014 to help an alliance of Kurdish and Arab militias called the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. Since then, the SDF has battled the Islamic State group, capturing the land held by the extremists in eastern Syria. About 900 American troops are stationed in Syria's east to guard against a resurgence by the extremist group. SDF forces still control several neighborhoods of Aleppo, encircled by insurgents. Turkey considers the principal Kurdish faction of the SDF to be linked to the Banned Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, that it and its allies regard as a terrorist group. Keen to counter Iranian influence, Saudi Arabia, having refused to engage with President Assad for more than a decade, armed and financed the rebels at the start of the war. It is now discussing how to facilitate Syria's return to the Arab fold. Syria's defense ministry says dozens of soldiers are killed in the Aleppo offensive. The immediate goals of the rebels include halting airstrikes on civilian areas, reclaiming territory, and cutting off critical supply routes for government forces. Their progress so far has been rapid. They have captured several villages, strategic highway interchanges, and military bases in Aleppo province. Bolstered by Russian air support, the Syrian military has launched intense airstrikes on opposition-held areas, including the cities of Idlib and Atarib. Meanwhile, the civilian casualties have mounted. Displaced people who fled from Aleppo to the countryside reached the town of Tabqa in northern Syria on the 3rd of December.
We left Tel Rifat, we spent a night in Kafr Qadis, then we went from there in a convoy to Sheikh Najjar, and from there along the Raqqa Road.
A local official said centers are being set up to accommodate the arrivals.
Of course, the autonomous administration mobilized all its institutions to receive people coming from the Shaba area. The autonomous administration opened 2 centers to receive them, and after that, they will be provided with accommodation centers in schools. There will be other plans to shelter them.
On the other hand, residents of the Syrian capital Damascus say they are not scared by the escalation of violence. Some are even willing to stay put and face the consequences.
Things are well.
Thank God no one in Damascus is afraid. But as you can see, the country is being ruined. We have been ruined economically and everything has stopped.
We are living in our homeland, on our land, in our country. We won't leave, that's all. Whatever happens, we won't leave.
The renewed fighting has had devastating consequences for the Syrian civilians, particularly in opposition-held areas. The International Rescue Committee estimates it has displaced nearly 7,000 families. Syria's Civil War Monitor says the death toll from the rebel offensive in the country's north has risen to 704. That includes 110 civilians. The resurgence of the conflict raises the question, does the multi-sided conflict in Syria have an endgame? While the Assad regime controls 70% of Syrian territory, much of his control relies on the support of external allies like Russia and Iran. The sudden advance of the rebels in Syria's Aleppo represents a clear setback for Assad and his allies. It not only highlights the regime's vulnerability, given its allies are occupied with other military operations, but also underscores how easily violence can flare up in the volatile region, where several large geopolitical rivals are jockeying for influence and power.
President Trump has deposited a very large, very smelly mess right on our doorstep. It is impacting, what is happening now is impacting every country. Everybody from every country in the world who's listening to this is impacted on it, whether it's UK fuel prices going through the roof, whether it's Australian commuters being told to use public transport because of fuel shortages, whether it's a state of emergency in the Philippines. This has all the potential for a global catastrophe, economic catastrophe, and it has not begun to play out yet.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. We've got a lot to discuss today. There's been a few updates with the Iran war and a few other things going on today. So just a reminder, you're conscious every day, Monday through Friday on the Trump Report YouTube page. You can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcasts, and you can watch clips of the show on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. My guest today is General Sir Richard Sheriff, NATO's former Deputy Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. Richard, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report again.
Thank you for having me, Maddie. Great to be back.
I want to kick off with this New York Times report that's been published by other outlets as well, but it's reporting that the United States and Israel when they first struck Iran in March, Israeli planners had developed this raging change plan that involved former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad potentially returning to power after the first US-Israeli strikes destabilized Iran's leadership. So Ahmadinejad was reportedly viewed as someone who had fallen out with Iran's clerical establishment and could exploit a power vacuum. After senior regime figures were targeted, the report claims that an Israeli strike near Ahmadinejad's residence on the opening day of the war was allegedly intended to free him from house arrest and not kill him. He's obviously a highly controversial figure. He's one of Iran's most hardline presidents. He's linked to Holocaust denial, anti-Israel rhetoric, crushing protests, and aggressively advancing Iran's nuclear program. So a congressman who's a ranking member on the Intelligence Committee said that the only way to describe this plan is insane. He said he was a vicious extremist when he was the president of Iran. He was leading the chance of death to America. He's absolutely vicious. So now, of course, Richard, this didn't happen, but Trump could have narrowly avoided a catastrophic mistake here if he listened to these Israeli plans. So what are your thoughts on this?
Well, he's made a few catastrophic mistakes. So I think the congress, I wouldn't necessarily use the same language, but you can't fault his logic. I think it would have been absolutely crazy. I mean, any quick scan of Ahmadinejad's career and the line he took would say that this is not a guy who's easily going to come under the Trump camp. And I think Trump is looking for a sort of, a stooge, frankly, a stool pigeon who's going to do his wishes. And I think he's playing with fire if he goes down that line.
Do you feel right now, when you look at the situation in Iran, does it feel as if regime change has fallen by the wayside in terms of it being a US objective?
I think it has. I mean, we've flip-flopped, as we've discussed before, between, we started with unconditional surrender, we've had regime change, we've had eliminate the nuclear capability, which we all know, according to Trump, was eliminated or obliterated last June. We've had the whole business of removing taking out the Iranian military, etc. I think the reality now is that because of the mess Trump has got himself into, the single objective is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was completely free to all traffic before the 27th of February. But that's now become de facto the objective. Because Trump knows, and the Iranians know, that while the Iranians are blocking the Strait of Hormuz, Trump is losing, Trump is a hostage, and indeed the global economy is a hostage too.
Trump, he was asked about his strategy behind this back and forth negotiation tactic as we kind of wait to see if more conflict will arise. So he said, I never get tired. What I like to do, if I can save war by waiting a couple of days, so I can save people being killed by waiting a couple of days, I think that's a great thing to do. But what do you make of this strategy, Richard? Because we've seen it fall flat when it comes to Russia-Ukraine negotiations. Does it feel as if this waiting game, waiting for them to respond, works?
No, I mean, it's an interesting line from Trump, and perhaps he should have applied that wait and see before I start killing people back in February when he launched the bombing campaign. No, it doesn't. And I mean, you mentioned Ukraine, and his efforts there have been no more than trying to force Zelensky to accept what Putin wants, a capitulation of Ukraine. This guy is not on side when it comes to working alongside the West and working alongside close allies like Ukraine. As for Iran, I think he's in a bind. He knows he's in a bind, and by flip-flopping backwards and forwards, threatening to relaunch fire and thunder and death and mayhem and destruction, and then pulling back from it, all he's doing is demonstrating weakness. I think he just doesn't know what to do. And I think that he probably gets it that he's got into a mess. He's faced with, if I can just continue for a second, I think there are three options. One is he cuts a deal, negotiates, declares a victory, and walks away. But I don't think that's, at the moment, I'll come back to what he needs to get there. Right now, that's not an option, because if you think back to the JCPOA, the agreement which in the Obama years, 2015, which limited Iran's capability to develop nuclear weapons, that took 2 years to negotiate. It was rigorous, hard, professional stuff by professional diplomats, calling upon professionals in the nuclear industry and the like, preceded by years of secret negotiations. This isn't about a deal done in a night in Islamabad, like what happened when Vice President Vance flew in. So that's an option, and it's probably the only option. But it's the only way that's going to happen is if the international community weighs in and cuts a deal with Trump. But we might come back to that. Anyway, enough of me. I could talk about the other options, but over to you.
There's been, well, first of all, no, Richard, you can keep talking for as long as you want. I mean, no one wants to hear me speak over you, but there's been various reports over whether the United States is planning for a, epic fury operation 2.0 because of this military buildup in the region, including these aircraft carriers, these fighter jets, missile defense systems, and bombers. And of course, because both sides have had these retaliatory threats against each other. And there's, of course, these reports that Iran has either retained or rebuilt most of its missile capability. Do you believe there is a second epic fury operation coming when you look at the situation in the region?
I'm certain it's being planned. But equally, going back to the Iranian capability, the CIA report, which came out recently and was made public, suggested that the Iranians had at least 70% of their pre-war missile stock still there. Add to that the fact that Russia has been supplying them with drones, the Chinese are backing them. I am certain that the Iranians have been squirreling away stuff underground and have got more than enough stuff to respond. Now, I mean, you mentioned an Epic Fury 2.0. That would be my third option. It is an option, but all it's going to do, if it's a bombing campaign, all it's going to do is entrench the regime even further. and give the regime more strength to bear down on the Iranian population. It's not going to open up the Strait of Hormuz. It's lashing out. I don't think that's an option. And the only other, there's only one military option, and it's beyond belief, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is that Trump invades Iran, conquers it, and reduces it to a satrap, a province. Now, Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire. It took him 9 years, and he had to marry a couple of Persian princesses on the way. This is not a military option, frankly. It's going to take 1 million men to do that, and women, and it's going to take years to do that, and it's simply not an option. No, the only way forward, in my view, is this. The fact is, we, the international community, we've got to recognize, as we do, I think, that President Trump has deposited a very large, very smelly mess right on our doorstep. It is impacting, what is happening now is impacting every country. Everybody from every country in the world who's listening to this is impacted on it, whether it's UK fuel prices going through the roof, whether it's Australian commuters being told to use public transport because of fuel shortages, whether it's a state of emergency in the Philippines. This has all the potential for a global catastrophe, economic catastrophe, and it has not begun to play out yet.
You mentioned this CIA assessment, Richard. Trump still denies this. He says that 80% of Iran's military missile capability has been destroyed. Completely says CIA assessment is not true. When you read it, did you believe it?
Well, do you believe Trump or do you believe the CIA? That's my case. I know who I believe. Professional intelligence.
Question.
Intelligence agencies don't always get it right. We know that. But I mean, do you believe anything that comes out of Trump's mouth? I don't think we can believe it. But I mean, the only way out is, it seems to me, is for the international community. This is Europe, this is Canada, this is Australia, this is Japan, this is wider afield. I mean, China's impacted, but we're not going to get China in yet. And there is a deal waiting to be done that plays back to Trump. It's a transactional approach that says, we will help you get off the hook in the Strait of Hormuz, but you've got to give us something in return. And the something in return is total commitment to the defeat of Russia in Ukraine. It is total commitment to NATO Article 5. It is backing off these insults across the Atlantic. It is backing off on the tariffs that have been undermining European, Australian, Canadian economies and the like. And it's absolutely no more military action in Iran, because the only way, and we will take over the negotiation, and we will take over the responsibility for opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and by talking to the Iranians, negotiating with the Iranians, and putting together a deal, a JCPOA Mark II. But it's going to take time. And, it took 2 years last time. This could take another 2 years this time. It could take longer. So that's the only way this thing's going to be unlocked, in my view.
Also, when you say that, when of course he needs the help of European and Western allies and NATO allies and whoever says, yes, we'll help you, do you see that being this military build-up presence in the Strait of Hormuz? Not necessarily military action against Iran, but kind of this presence in the Strait of Hormuz to say, hey, look, we're the UK, we're France, we're Germany, we're Australia, we're Japan, we're here, and we're going to go against you. And I wonder if Iran is any match for that.
There will need to be a naval clearance and a proving that the Strait of Hormuz is clear at some stage, once the negotiation has been completed. I do not see any build-up of allied Western, NATO, Australian, etc., forces, naval forces in the Strait of Hormuz being there in any way to coerce Iran. That is not going to lead to a deal. That is just going to play to the fact that the Iranians can control it as long as they want. No, I think the only way to do this is to give Iran something they really, really, really want. Relief of sanctions, relief on the restrictions on their sovereign wealth.
Well, thank you, Michelle. I hope you're well,
That's the only way
buddy.
to deal with this. And we've got, the reality is we're in a really bad place, because Iran is holding the cards. And as I
No,
said,
Tash.
the global
Thank you, Michelle.
economy is going to be facing real challenges by September, by October, aviation fuel beginning to run out, diesel beginning to run out. And of course, what we do not want to do is be forced into, and this is where we got to join the dots. We must not be forced into any relief of sanctions against Russia, as has been happening.
Absolutely. Now I want to get into what the US needs. So Head of US Central Command Admiral Brad Cooper, he told Congress that the United States
But that should be okay.
bunker buster bombs because everybody is going underground. The concern is mainly about Iran moving its key nuclear missile and military infrastructure deep under the ground to protect it from these airstrikes. So
Thank
you
you,
pointed to when this was necessary last year, but does this reveal the US military is realizing that air power may no longer be enough to stop countries such
I'm
as
okay,
Iran?
I'm just tired. I'm always
How
tired.
likely is it that
But I think they'll do
American
some more
top command
stretching
in the
today.
Middle East is effectively saying that the
Be
current
good.
bunker buster arsenal still might not be enough?
Oh, you can join in a little bit, Mugen.
First
I just
it
sit
tells
down
me
for a second.
that the Americans
Oh, you
are
want to turn
finding
it down,
true
yeah?
to
Was
the
that
fact that
Chloe?
The Iranians have got all their capability underground. But let's be clear, the Iranians have been planning this for, they've had 20 years to prepare for this. Of course they put it underground, and it's really difficult to find. They've got underground nuclear bunkers and cities and capabilities, which the Americans have not spotted and not been able to take out. What it says to me is that, yet again, the Americans have launched a war of choice without thinking through the consequences. They failed to think through the consequences of the Strait of Hormuz, and they failed to think through the consequences for underground capabilities and do the necessary preparation and planning. But above all, it says to me something that any professional soldier, sailor, airman, or certainly professional soldier knows, particularly if he or
Thank
she
you,
is a
Mugen.
military historian, bombing doesn't work on its own. You have to be able, bombing
Thank you for
and
following me,
strike
Carl.
operations, precise, targeted, are, I'm sad to say, but they are a fact of life in
Thank you,
modern
buddy.
war. But at the end of the day, the only way you change things politically is on the ground. And you've got to be prepared to back up air power with land and sea power. And you can't, so unless you're, I go back to my point, unless you're prepared to invade Iran with boots on the ground, if we're not going to go, that's not going to happen, then military operations are inevitably going to be limited.
Well, on that note, because
Thank you,
if
Dash Dash.
diplomatic
Think it's a little
negotiations fall flat in the United States, it says that they simply
What do you think
cannot
about
leave Iran without certainty that the IRGC are not building a nuclear weapon, and these bunker buster strikes still can't guarantee the destruction of Iran's underground program. Does that increase the likelihood of some sort of special operation on the ground to physically retrieve this enriched uranium?
It might well do. And you know what I hear, what I think when you're saying that? This is Desert One. This is the,
When you think about
launch a special
it.
forces operation like that.
Oh, when you
is,
think about it.
about as complicated
When you
operation
think
as
about
possibly
it.
in a hostile environment.
When you think
The
about
handling
it.
of this sort of stuff. It's
When you think about it.
and in a very real sense, America is now, here we are with a 21st century problem that reflects exactly the problem that America had in 1979, 1980, when the American embassy hostages were taken by the new Iranian regime. And I think America is being held hostage by Iran in exactly the same way.
Oh,
The
that's it.
Iranians-
Is that it? Yeah.
Desert
it.
One was the
Oh, no, it's
special forces operation to try and release those hostages. This is fraught with
I don't even know where it's gone, man.
and high risk.
Republican support for Trump's Iran war could begin to fracture, not behind closed doors, but in the public arena now, because we've seen Senator Bill McCarthy joining 3 other Republicans in backing this resolution to limit Trump's war powers as critics warn that the conflict is nearing this 60-day threshold requiring this congressional approval. I mean, it already has gone past the 60 days
When you think
threshold,
about
but Trump
it.
says that they're in a ceasefire. A lot of people still say that that's a loophole, but is this a handbrake on
When
his
you think
plan?
about it.
I doubt if it is. I think, it's a bit of grit in the oyster, as it were, or it's a disruption. But I think there's always a risk that the sort of what you might call the Trump derangement syndrome media clutches at straws with things like that, and I
When you
can't
think I'm
see
out,
it really changing the price.
When you think I'm out,
I
you know
wish it
me.
were otherwise, but I think it's.
Oh my God, so good song.
Given your title as
Oh my God, so good story. Oh my God, so good story.
Stands right
You
now.
know
I know
me.
you've been speaking.
Oh my
about
God,
that
so good
today, but
story.
according to Reuters,
Everybody join my
Trump administration
story.
does plan to tell its NATO allies that the US would significantly reduce its military forces across Europe. So this comes after the decision to withdraw around 5,000 troops from Europe and
When you think I'm out,
cancel these deployments to Poland and Germany.
Oh, when you think
What
I'm
are your
out,
thoughts on this?
when you think I'm out,
This was absolutely flagged up by Vance and Hegseth at the beginning of last year, January 2025, in the Munich Security Conference and at the Brussels Defence Ministerials, when
when
they
you
said
think I'm out,
America will not underwrite European security.
oh, when you think I'm out.
So no surprises. And then you add to that the national security strategy published at the back end of last year, which said that, quite rightly, that Europe should pick up the tab for its conventional defence. So no surprises at all. For me, the surprise is this. NATO is like almost like sort of, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. It is
You
desperate
don't
to
even
try
love me,
to
I
keep
don't
America
even
in
love
the-
me.
And of course, America's got to.
You don't even
got to
want
stay in
me.
the alliance.
Ah,
But the way to do it is for Europe to really to say, okay, you're right. Let's sit down. Let's put together a proper drawdown plan, and let's put together a European plan and Canadian, and maybe even other partners as well, to build up European security to offset the reduction in American capability. I think it's over to us now. I don't think we can, and for all the protestations of former, I've just been listening to Mark Esty, a former US Secretary of Defense, a Republican, who, when asked by Anatole Rasmussen, the former Secretary General of NATO,
wicked.
can we trust NATO? Can we trust America to come to
I
the
should have
aid
enough
of
to buy
a
some
European
nicotine salts
country
now.
that's attacked by Russia? He said yes. I don't buy it.
Good
right
news.
now, I'm afraid.
Good
I think
news.
this is like a, trust is broken. This is like a,
Also
NATO's
good
a
things.
family. And this is like a sort of family breakdown. And trust is going to take a long time to rebuild. The way to rebuild it, in my view, from our side, is to lean in on building up our European defence capabilities in a way which
When you
we're
think
just
I'm
not
out,
doing yet. We're hearing, look at what's going on in our country, in UK. We're just not getting it. We're not, the defence investment
How's
plan
everyone
is
doing?
still somewhere in government. It's still not being, defence is still not really being
Tash.
invested in what we need to do. And it's not just the UK, it's other countries as well. Except, of course, Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, Finland, they get it. But we've got to lean in across the rest of Europe as well. So that's the way to rebuild trust.
Well, just a final question, Richard.
Oh, there's a bunch of
Do you
people
think things
requesting,
would
aren't
be
there?
different had European allies helped out the United States and Australia for moves?
I don't think it would be different because I think any involvement in this war would have been a disaster. I think we are where we are. And I go back to my point. Now is the time to say, right, you failed to brief your allies. You didn't tell us you were going to do this. You lost
thank God.
insults across the Atlantic when we don't step, we're not prepared to support your ill-planned, ill-thought-through strategic blunder in Iran. However, we're old mates, we're old friends. Let's put that behind us. Now let's help you get out of the mess. That's what happens in families when one family member screws up, and that's what we should be doing.
No, it's not what happens in my family,
But
mate.
we're not going to do it unconditionally.
And I didn't even mess
I
up.
go back to my point.
That's the annoying part.
You're a transactional
They
deal
messed up.
maker. We're going to be a transactional deal maker. And if we're going to help you get off the hook in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, but the conditions
People
are,
want to see
as I
me,
said,
you know what
I'm
people
going to
want?
reply
They
with
want to see me humbled.
Well, we hope if
They
that
want to see me
happen, that
express
they are
humility,
conditions which-
right?
because, of course,
Which means they
the
desire my
dynamics
humiliation.
beyond Ukraine.
That's
So
all they desire.
We'll talk about that later. General
Oh,
Sylvia,
Sylvia.
thank you so much for joining the
Oh, I
Triple
love you.
today.
I'm so glad you're
Always
back.
good to be with you, Maddie. Thanks for having me.
Your mouth is so beautiful the way you speak. Lovely Sylvia, will you come and have a talk to me? I love you, Sylvia. Would you kiss me? You know you've got Bella Hadid,
This
isn't
will
it,
have
as your profile
profound
picture?
long-term implications for the global
No, Bella
economy.
Hadid's got the same heritage
that
as
should
me.
not be a surprise to anybody. If we
Her
care
mum's
about things
long-haired,
in
blue-eyed
long-term
European,
peace,
and her dad's
stop
Arabic.
playing with the tactics, start looking at the strategy,
And-
stop playing with the symptoms, start dealing with the disease. And that's what this failure of diplomacy, and that's where Trump ultimately is wielding a big stick, but hasn't thought through what's going to happen the day after.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report.
You
It is
find
a
Jack
new
boring,
week,
yeah?
the fifth week of this war in Iran. There is so much to discuss.
See you
So
later,
much
Jack.
things happened over the weekend, as you can imagine, so we're going to get stuck right into it. So just a reminder that you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on the Trump Report YouTube page. You can stream us as a podcast. You can see clips of the show on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. So my guest today is Sean Bell, retired Vice Air Marshal, former fighter pilot.
What was
and
that song
military
that
analyst.
goes?
Sean, thank you so much for joining
Jack,
Trump
hello,
Report
Louise.
again.
How you doing, buddy?
Yes, you're very welcome, Maddie. It's Air Vice Marshal, but a lot of people bantering you about that. It's always a pleasure to join you.
Oh, well, I'm glad that we got that sorted straight off. Let's start with this report. So, a retired U.S. Army officer and executive director of the Urban Warfare Institute, John Spencer. Now, he wrote this post on Twitter over the weekend. It's called Day 29, What Could Possibly Be the U.S.'s Options in Iran? Now, it's been circulated around 3.5 million times. So, it offers two options just to round it up. So, it offers
You mean
go
you
deep,
want
try
to
and
listen
break
to
the regime,
music?
or stay limited, accept a drawn out.
You mean you want to
unresolved
listen to music
conflict.
and not news?
So the main points are that it's not just about weakening the military. It's to
Does it
cripple
make
the
you feel
regime
inadequate
so
that I
it
listen to
doesn't
so much
function
news?
together. That means targeting multiple systems.
Does it make
at
you feel
once,
inadequate that I
military,
listen to so much
economic
news?
infrastructure and leadership control.
If you want to listen to
Strategies
music,
about
you can say, "Hey, do you mind putting some
systematic
music on?"
battlefield
Then
wins.
I can answer
In
you.
simple
Thank you for
terms,
saying bless you.
it's a push to overwhelm.
Oh, okay,
the
you're doing quite good. What was I on earlier?
operates,
So that's
not
about-
just defeat its forces.
I was on
Sean, what do
5:15,
you
I think,
make
this
of
morning.
this?
That's quite good.
Is
That's
this
quite
the
good.
situation that Trump finds himself? Go
But you can
deep
say,
or
Amir, would you mind
literally
putting some
go
music
home
on? And I can say
accept
yes or
an
no.
unresolved conflict.
Yeah,
I
Maddie,
can say yes
one
or
of the
no.
things that you and I talked about before.
I can
is
understand,
that
but
there's a
I
danger
do
here that
like
people
the
try to
news.
very, very oversimplify these
I realise
things.
it's negative.
One of the extremes, undoubtedly.
It's okay. You don't need to
I
apologise,
think
Mike.
probably a
You don't need to.
favourite
You don't
one
need to
is that Trump
apologise.
just goes, declares victory.
Can I put on some music? Yeah, but
defeated the
weren't you
Iranian
rude to me,
military,
Mike?
I've set back their
When you
nuclear
cocky geezer
program,
yesterday.
I'm just going to walk away. And there
When
is
you
a
giving it the
severe
big one yesterday,
temptation that
mate?
they'll do.
Weren't you giving it the big one yesterday, Mike? No? Are you sure? No, the news is negative. It's not always accurate, but it depends how you process that information. The main thing I take from news is events that happened. I don't necessarily accept someone's analysis of it. It's about how you process the information that you get. Suing your family's not that crazy, buddy. Suing your family's just not that crazy. It happens all the time. So, Mike, you were being cocky yesterday when we put you on the live thing, weren't you? When I talked to you. No, just say sorry. Look, I'm just trying to give you an opportunity. Just say sorry for being rude, and then I can forgive you. If that's too much of a hit to your ego, then we won't be able to have a positive relationship. I'm giving you a chance, dude. Okay, well, I hope that's a genuine apology. We'll start making some food soon. I might make some sardine bread. Oh, thank you, B-Dog. I always give people a chance to apologise, but they do need to apologise. I'm not ego tripping there. It's just a self-respect thing. You find Kai boring, yeah? Kai, you are boring. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. It's okay, Mike. But when you've been rude and cocky, it's good to admit it. Obviously, most people won't necessarily deal with it like I do. Most people might just jump down on you. But when you've been wrong or you've done something bad, just say sorry. It's best for everyone. Right? That was his name. Active being racist now, are you? That's very nice. How do I report them? Yeah, I'll report that person. They can't all be wallopers. Hello. Wie geht es dir heute? Ja, mir geht's gut. Wie geht es dir, Megan? Hast du Deutschland besucht? Und wie gut ist dein Deutsch? Kannst du etwas sagen, ne? Etwas flüssig sprechen? Ist deine Mutter oder dein Vater? Deine Mutter oder dein Vater aus Deutschland? Mir geht's gut, ja? Mir geht's gut. Wie geht's dir? That Palmer, yeah. Yeah, cheers for that, Paul, yeah. I always get a sense of it. When it comes on, he wants me to say their little phrases. It's like a little power game. It's a power game. I'm very good today. Thank you, Amir. Understanding better than speaking. Yeah, understanding's always easier. Yeah, speaking is hard. Harrison, do you speak German? Oh, your mum's German, yeah? Because Harrison, if you don't speak German, you have no idea how good is what I just said. Yeah, I speak German and Arabic and Turkish. Oh, thank you, Megan. Ja, ich habe in Deutschland gewohnt, ne? 2 Jahre lang. Und als ich da war, habe ich etwas flüssig Deutsch gelernt. Ne? Bis B1. A bit of Farsi. اسمه شما چیست؟ اسم من امیر است. اسم شما چیست? That's just a tiny bit of Farsi. Ich bin. What does that mean? No, I don't think that's a word, mate. Ich bin. Ich habe, meinst du? You better speak English. I can better speak English. I can't speak any Hebrew, no. But Arabic and Hebrew are both Semitic languages. I'm not Persian, no. I'm English, but my dad's from Iraq. Da kannst du was? Kannst du bitte langsam sprechen, bitte? Ja, ich kann etwas langsamer sprechen. Ich habe 2 Jahre in Deutschland gewohnt. I have lived in Deutschland, in Germany for 2 years. Als ich da war, as I was there, habe ich in einem Bio-Restaurant gearbeitet. As I was there, I worked in a organic restaurant. Und ich habe etwas flüssig Deutsch gelernt. And I have somewhat fluent German. I've learned somewhat fluent German. Mein Name ist Michael Waldron. Hallo Michael, wie geht's dir? Ich hoffe, dass alles gut ist. I hope that everything is good. German's my best second language, then Turkish, then Arabic. We picked up a lot of German. I studied my bum off. 16 months of Monday to Friday, 4 hours a day. And I worked in an organic restaurant on the weekends. 4 hours a day. And we had a couple of hours homework, so every day. Yeah? You don't know how hard that is. You don't know how hard that is unless you've done it. That will break you. Arabic's a hard language. Mir geht's gut. Danke für die Nachfrage. Ah, gut. Ich hoffe, dir geht es auch gut. Ja. Wie hast du Deutsch gelernt? Oder hast du das von Google Translate bekommen? Did you actually know that, Mike? Or did you just get that from Google Translate? That's what I asked. Am I adorable, am I? Oh, you speak Gaelic? No way. Google, unfortunately. Okay, I was like, that's quite impressive, Mike. I did German in school. Now, Nachfrage is actually quite a good... Nachfrage is to... Fragen means to ask. Nach can mean to, or nach, or after. So nachfragen means to ask after someone. The verb. Nachfragen. Das ist ein trennbares Verb. Trennbare Verben. Trennbare, I can't do the pronunciation very well, means compound verbs, basically. There's lots of compound words and compound nouns in German. Nach, after. Or nach is also to. Wir gehen, nein, es hängt an. Wir gehen zu Hause. Nein, ja. Woher? Wir gehen nach. Wohin? It depends. It's all the prepositions. It's confusing. Who's your barber? Your mum. Hardest is probably Arabic, but German was harder because I've learned German to a much higher level than my Arabic. Why can't we just have a conversation? I know, it's funny, isn't it? Hallo, wie geht's? Ja, mir geht's gut. Geht's dir? Alles gut? Ne? Oder? Nein? Cantonese, yeah. Someone at my university, the School of Oriental and African Studies in London, University of London, someone got a double first in Arabic and Chinese. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, it's hard. It's insane. I didn't have a talent for languages. I'm dyslexic as well. It's unimaginably hard work for a long, sustained period. Most people aren't capable of that. I know that sounds arrogant, but that's just been my experience of people. That's why they never learn anything worthwhile in their lives. Scottish make up your own languages. Hallo, wie geht's? Ja, mir geht's gut. Geht's dir? Zessor Daisy. We only use a tiny % of our brain. It's true. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? You're eating sweets. Oh, so nice. All right, let me go and buy my nobody around me. Hello, Maxine. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Shimmy. Hello from Ireland. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you. It's cheapest. Is a bacon. Is a bacon. Right, so we're going to go to get some, you really eat sweets, bless you. We're going to go to get some vape salts or whatever, and then we're going to come back, so we shouldn't be too long. Also sad story. Also sad things. Right. When you think about it, when you think about it, pam heady bip, pam heady bip, pam heady bombay, pam heady bip, everybody think about it. When you think about it, pam heady bip, Everybody like good scran, good scran, good scran. Let's have some good scran. Oh yeah, please like and share my live if you're having fun. If not, then, you know, hey, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? How did it come out? Oh, when you need some time, when you think about thinking away, I'm a girl, so good music, in a way. I make the best music. I make the best music. I make the best mother music, man. Up, down, up, I'm the up. Everybody music. Everybody mother music. Why you look so sad when you think about me? Oh my God, so good. Oh, I found them! Yes! Oh, yes! Finally! Ew. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Guys, I found my frites! I found my frites! Yay! I found my frites! Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, so good news. I found my frites. Good news, my friends. I like it. Now we're going to have, ladies and gentlemen, the kiwi. Ah, so nice things. I like it. What a state to be in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a magic trick. I like it. I love fruits. Thank you for reposting. I hope everyone's okay. Oh, why you look so sad? Anybody day? Anybody day? Oh my God, fish and chips.
What do you mean sorry that you boarded them the goons? You don't need to sorry, buddy. You don't need to apologize, buddy. Guys, in a way.
Of him that he buried from everyone else. She changed her story about how the events leading up to his murder transpired and stated once more that she had been so deeply traumatized by what had happened that it made sense that she had lied repeatedly to the police when they asked for the details, even though from the outside perspective, her behavior on the stand only buried her further in the eyes of the public. She believed she had given her best performance to date. It was only during the cross-examination, when she had to come face-to-face with every single one of the lies throughout the course of the case, that she realized she was likely screwed. On day one of her testimony, her lawyers claimed that they would likely not need to redirect, but that would change. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we will be ending our Ezra McCandless series by going over the redirect examination, as well as the end results of the trial. At the time of writing, we are currently awaiting the results of her appeal, and we will be going over the arguments put forth there as well. This case has been one of our most requested, and one of the most complex to cover, so I cannot emphasize how much we appreciate your support. This case was the most in-depth we've ever researched, going over the relevant court documents and spending a considerable amount of time making timelines, outlines, looking over photo evidence, talking to lawyers, crime scene investigators, and more. The data was incredibly dense, and it was our biggest hope that we covered it well and with respect to the victim. She wanted to present herself in such a way that if you were to question her at all, if she had really been hurt and she was lying about what had happened to her, she could weaponize that against you. We saw Ezra do this with her friend, Jenna Van de Sant, as Jenna had put together what the unemployed coffee enthusiast stated about her assault didn't make sense. Ezra immediately called her and verbally assaulted the librarian, telling her that she was a bad person for not believing her outright. But it wasn't just people Ezra would accuse of this. She was willing to accuse entire systems and organizations. But more on that in a bit. If you stumbled upon this video before watching any of our other coverage, I will leave a link in the description box down below to our playlist going over the entire case. I also want to thank Rottweiler Investigations for making this footage available to the public and providing a trial archive for us to utilize. This channel is filled with some of the most interesting true crime trial footage, and I highly recommend them. If you are able to, go over there, subscribe, and kindly send them some support. I will be leaving a link to their channel, PayPal, and Cash App in the links below. With all of that said, let us begin. Despite her legal team stating that they wouldn't be redirecting their client the day before, they changed their minds after prosecution had finished their cross-examination. They had realized just how badly she had performed on the stand, and how it would seem to the jury that they had maliciously misinterpreted Alex's journals, which they had.
Hello, Keck. How you doing, buddy?
Concrete evidence that showed how the attack occurred, how Alex had been ambushed by his ex-lover, and how all of Ezra's injuries had been self-inflicted, it was the defense's job to try and argue that she was not a killer. They had already tried this once and came up short, but Ezra hoped that this time would be better.
Ezra, the first thing I'm going to ask you about, the prosecutor asked you some questions regarding Mr. Sipple, and if he seemed familiar to you. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I'm going to play very briefly the part of this discussion with Detective Prock, where you were asked that, the same area that the prosecutor asked you, okay? This would be L, DOJ-L, right? From, give the exhibit number.
Oh, you're good. I'm okay. I'm tired.
So we need to say the exhibit number.
Bless you, buddy.
And that's at 50 seconds, Mr. Before. 45 seconds, excuse me.
If you want it with the text on it, I have.
89. Okay.
I have it available if you'd rather do
No,
that.
we don't. We have the tape. If it's not Exhibit 289, Judge, we'll clarify the record later. Okay, it is Exhibit 289. I'm sorry. All right, so we're gonna play this very short, roughly 15-second portion for you.
From 45-second mark to the 65-second mark here on.
I'm ready.
20 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to listen very carefully.
Yes.
And if you needed us to replay it again, we'll do that, okay?
Yes.
Are you ready? Go ahead. He's here as well to try to figure out what in the world happened. I mean, how he ended up at Don. I met Don.
What's his last name?
Spiegel. Spiegel?
Simple.
Simple. Yeah. Yeah, so that's.
Were you able to hear what you said?
Yes.
What did you say on that tape? Because it's very difficult to hear.
Quietly, I said, Sybil is a familiar last name to me. I had a teacher with that name.
Okay, so it had nothing to do with actually being out in that area or knowing.
No, I had no idea where I was or who he was.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next question is about this. The prosecutor asked you about one particular text that you sent to Jason Mangle where you said Alex was afraid of you.
Yes.
Right, and what did you mean by that when you texted Jason?
During those messages, it was at a time when I was very frustrated with the situation and things Alex might have been saying at Racy's. And out of frustration, I just said, Alex is afraid of me. And what I meant by that is that I know Alex very intimately. And like anyone else, he spoke a lot about his coworkers. I didn't mean he was physically afraid of me in any sense, just that if I had to, I could expose him for all the things he was saying about others.
Which is manipulative and vindictive. This explanation doesn't paint her in a good light, but she seems to think it does based on how smugly she recounts this instance. This also provides a view into the way Ezra engaged with other people. Ezra states she was frustrated with the situation, meaning how her affair with Alex and John had blown up in her face, and the things that she assumed Alex was saying at Racy's. This includes Ezra's phone number being written on a bathroom wall under a graffiti that said, "Fuck me." It was never confirmed who did this, but it would fit Ezra's pattern of behavior to have done it herself. But the situation was of her own making, and according to every single one of Alex's coworkers, he never spoke badly about Ezra, even after their breakup. He was in love with her, and the only thing he told mutual friends was that she had broken up with him and asked him not to speak to her anymore, even when she came into his work and forced him to see her. Based on her assumption that Alex was speaking ill of her, she was willing to tell his coworkers and the people who controlled his employment negative things about him. She was willing to get this man fired.
Hello guys, so let's have a look what I'm having for dinner next. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This is some whole wheat bread that I made myself, and inside is sardines and red onions. Let's have a look. Oh, gold. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, so chicken beans. So here we are, I've sliced it, and let's have a look at on the insides. So we've got lots of red onion in there, and nice sardines, and I put a bit of spicy mayonnaise on the inside, and now let's try it in my mouth. Hello, we're at the mouse cam now. One sec. So here we go. It's like this. Yeah. Oh, a bit too hot. Very nice. Oh, I like it. Yeah. I love all of my fans. Bye. I hope everyone's okay on the live stream on YouTube.
and hurt his working relationships because she had assumed that he had wronged her, even though she had wronged him countless times before. Throughout the trial, Ezra was talking about how overwhelmed she had been in the months leading up to the murder, how her relationships, her struggles, her employment, even her living situation had been turned on its head, and she was constantly overwhelmed with drama and strife. But all of that was caused directly by her own actions. She was the one who had begun 2 affairs with her boyfriend's best friends. She was the one starting conflicts between coworkers at Racy's, and she was the only one in the friend group who chaos seemed to follow. Everyone else who worked at or was a patron of the coffee shop described their lives becoming more chaotic immediately after becoming friends with Ezra. She was constantly gossiping, turning friends and coworkers against each other, and sowing discord amongst people she considered herself close to. And she is blatantly admitting that fact now while on the stand. She doesn't seem to realize how callous and cruel this statement makes her seem. Again, throughout the trial, she has attempted to appear soft-spoken and demure, but here she shows herself to be cruel, vindictive, and not above purposely hurting another person. We are just 3 minutes into her redirect examination, and she is only making herself look worse.
Okay, so it was kind of afraid of that you would gossip?
Yes.
Would that be kind of a reasonable explanation?
Yes.
All right, then I just have a few questions I'm going to ask you about the journals, and I'm going to have counsel help me put it on the Almo while I'm asking you the questions, okay?
Yes.
And that way I think it'll go a little quicker.
Tell me the entry, please.
From the past memories, November
Oh, psycho.
2017, DOJ 2485.
I'm sorry, what tab?
I don't know what the tab number is.
Oh, tab 4.
No, it's not. Tab 4. Tab 4. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, tab 4.
Starting safety.
That's the first tab. Second Okay, I'll do this here so you don't have to look up at the screen. Okay. All right. So I'm showing you what's been previously testified to from the past. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, can you please read to the jury the underlined part at the end of DOJ 2485 before it says again DOJ 85?
Yes. Yet, as much as I lost it, I got my flesh back. I found death in another, and it was so incarnated in my power. My hands ran over her skin, pushing, pulling, groping for her, desperate to make her as mine as I was hers. I could pull her close.
Was this written about you?
Yes.
Okay. And then later on that page, I believe that I already asked you this part. I saw cannibalism where you asked to be seen erotically, and then you asked by the prosecution. The next line, I was too Hegelian, or I call it such now, you are my master. But I would like for you to also, after you said you were my master, I was your slave, can you please read the last line that completes the thought in that paragraph?
Yes. You ask for the reverse to prevent the fear of death that took hold of me. You asked not to be death, but tomorrow.
Okay.
And again, because this passage is written philosophically, the defense is arguing that these writings are indicative that Alex was possessive and controlling of Ezra, that he saw her and sex with her as a ritualistic act of control, where he didn't need to get consent and he could do as he wished to her. But anyone else can see it was the opposite. This was a man who felt that the sex he was having with her was so transformative that it was changing his view on the world and making him into a new, more realized person. He wasn't actually trying to cannibalize her, and he wasn't literally dying. He was using metaphors.
So that concludes that. The next one will be from Elige et Quo Vivat, tab 2 in the second set of tabs, or in other words, what we call Love and Do As You Will.
Can you give that spelling to the court reporter?
Yes, it's DILIGE, ETQUODVISFAC.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So, I this before, but let's just read the first two paragraphs, okay? That begin
Yes.
that essay.
Love and do what you will. This is old advice passed down by Saint Augustine. Rare have I
This man is about to say something explosive.
We are in the midst of a rupture, de la fin d'une fiction agréable et du début d'une réalité brutale.
That man was Mark Carney. But what did he mean? Was he saying the West was dead, or the rules-based order? And if so, what comes next? Since he made that speech in January 2026, the world's geopolitical thinkers have been talking about little else. To examine what this wake-up call means and how reactions to it could change the world, I spoke with Niels Gilman. He's a historian and futurist at Berggruen Institute in Los Angeles. And he's one of those thinkers who were taken by Carney's speech.
First of all, the venue and who he is, I think, is really important. So he spoke at Davos, which for the last 30 plus years has been the kind of epicenter of the neoliberal order, the globalization order. It's where powerful executives and political leaders come together to sort of create the kind of world that we lived in after the first Cold War up until very recently.
Did you notice? Gilman spoke of the first Cold War. That's because he believes we are already in the second one. That's something we'll return to later. He also says the fact it was Carney laying this out was a big deal.
And then Mark Carney himself, of course, is former head of the Bank of England, Prime Minister of Canada, could not be a more establishmentarian guy, right? So he goes to the seat of the global establishment, himself is a total establishmentarian, and then pronounces that the order over which the institutions that he's been affiliated with and the institution he's speaking in is dead and over.
The order is dead and over. He's talking.
I'm watching a news report about the current state of affairs in the world.
Here about what's usually referred to as the rules-based order. The idea that even if countries disagree on important issues, they can work together on economics, trade, and even security based on international law and agreed standards of behavior. What we know as the West had happily existed within that order, confident it had won the Cold War, and steering or arguably dominating international organizations spanning the globe. We're talking about organizations like NATO, the G7, the United Nations, the World Bank. This Western confidence rests on the United States. Its economy, the world's biggest, and its military, the world's strongest. But not long before Carney's speech, that American foundation of collective Western power started to feel distinctly unstable. US President Donald Trump threatened to annex Greenland, a territory of Denmark, which is an EU member.
Would need Greenland for national security.
He questioned fundamental alliances such as NATO, and he ignored rules of common trade. He even said he wanted to take over Canada.
They should be a state.
If the US is no longer a reliable partner, where does that leave the rest of the West? And remember, all of this is happening in the context of a worrying global situation. China is flexing its muscles towards Taiwan, expanding its nuclear arsenal, and has exploited its dominance over rare resources. While in Europe, Russia has invaded a neighbor, and in the Middle East, the US and Israel have launched a war against Iran. The challenge, said Carney, was what the non-superpowers should do next.
We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not the strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers.
Middle powers. This is a very interesting bit. These are the countries big enough to have some agency, some power, but
Germany,
which cannot stand up to a superpower alone.
Britain, Canada,
the superpowers
Australia,
of our
maybe.
age are the US and China. That is already certain. But the remnants of the West, including the Europeans, might work together and look around the world for partners to form a middle power movement.
And I do think that the Europeans in particular, do see themselves as a kind of, values aligned set of countries. I think they see other places that are potentially part of that, right? A democratic Brazil, a democratic Australia, a democratic Canada. These are places that I think European countries, middle powers, can very much see themselves as being in a bloc.
Yeah.
And one way to think of that is it's the West all over again, minus Donald Trump's United States.
Remember when Gilman spoke about the Second Cold War? He argues that this time around there's a new global divide. Rather than communism and capitalism, or even East and West, the split now is over energy. He says the US is the petro superpower and China is the electro superpower. At the moment, the US is working with Russia and other oil producers like the Gulf countries, as well as carbon business interests, to try to keep fossil fuels as the standard energy source of the world. At the same time, China is leading a huge expansion of the global renewable electricity industry. The question is, which countries will fully commit to electropower? Because that will determine the balance of this new Cold War. And a decision on which way to jump will be for the long term.
This is one way in which this new Cold War, I think, is going to be somewhat different from the old Cold War. You could switch from, siding with the Soviets to siding with the Americans quite easily. That was just a matter of changing your ideological stripes. You can't change that easily if you're a country from being an electrostate to being a petrostate or vice versa.
That's because of infrastructure. Once a country has spent billions on wind farms and solar farms, or upgrading pipelines and refineries, that stuff and the contracts to supply or maintain them are fixed.
So I think the commitments that people are going to have to make are going to be much deeper and longer term.
And the thing is, no middle power is starting from scratch. Most of them are already deeply bound into the petro power system, and they're under significant pressure to stay there.
Certainly the United States, insofar as it continues to be led by a government like the current one, is going to put a lot of pressure on countries not to try to become fossil fuel independent or fossil fuel free. And they will use all sorts of things, bilateral pressures to put, incentives and threats to keep countries from making that kind of conversion to green tech and green energy and electric vehicles. That's already clear. I mean, they're doing that in a variety of ways.
It sounds like the middle powers have to change the way they see the United States.
We know the old order is not coming back.
But moving away from carbon and becoming an electrostate instead means siding with China, and that would carry major risks too.
I think the thing that many countries are and should be concerned with is if you make the green conversion and the supply chains continue to be dominated by the Chinese, at what point will the Chinese potentially use that as a point of leverage for other kinds of geopolitical purposes?
So, is there a way for middle powers to become less dependent on the US without becoming over-dependent on China?
29 nations.
It's been done before. Back in the 1950s, as the first Cold War took shape, about 100 nations decided they didn't want to belong to one side or the other. Many were former colonies with no intention of swapping their new
for new masters. Yeah.
Hello, buddy. How are you doing?
Dependence for Soviet or American dependency. India was the biggest country in the non-aligned movement, joined by others like Egypt, Yugoslavia, and Indonesia. Could this be a blueprint for a new flexible movement of middle powers? Gilman suggests it could. He identifies some countries from what was the Old West, along with major players from the Global South, like Brazil, Nigeria, South Africa, India, Indonesia. This kind of grouping would have a chance, he reckons, of resisting pressure from both superpowers.
With the middle powers as a potential bloc, I think they have more opportunities for success because these are richer powers on the one hand, European and Northeast Asian countries, and also in the emerging market bloc, of the post-colonial bloc, these are now countries that are not just coming out of colonialism. So I think that there are similarities in terms of wanting to have a group of powers that are steering between the superpowers, but I think they have more opportunities for success now than the original one did.
In terms of trade, there's already enormous traffic within this bloc. Agreements like the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, the EU-Mercosur, or the CPTPP cover massive volume and could arguably make these middle powers an economic superspace. But which way would they jump in the energy question? And could they make a decision while remaining independent of the US and China? Some middle powers have already taken significant steps away from the US-led petrobloc. Brazil with its hydropower schemes, and Australia with wind and solar. And there are some middle powers such as Canada and South Africa, which with their rare earth minerals are developing assets which could prevent them being pulled too far into China's orbit. There are signs that some of these countries are making political moves to take steps towards renewables together. Just in April, ministers from nearly 60 countries met in the Colombian city of Santa Marta for what is being called the first global conference explicitly aimed at phasing out fossil fuels. They called themselves a coalition of the willing. They bypassed the usual blockages faced by bigger groupings like the COP by carefully curating the invitation list. The US and China were not there.
I think there's many countries that are seeing they want to phase out fossil fuels. And I think, as I said, there's two basic motivations for that, right? One is ecological reasons, right? The other half of it is that there's dependency, right? We're now seeing very clearly that when you are dependent on fossil fuels, there are these choke points in the global economy that can suddenly impose a huge price shock on your entire economy if you're super dependent on that stuff.
As these middle powers make moves away from dependency on the superpowers, they can surely expect pressure and threats.
When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself.
How might the middle powers do this? Might they even form a security alliance? Gilman thinks not.
What I don't anticipate is that there's going to be a sort of coalition of middle powers, Germany, Brazil, and South Africa forming a security alliance. I don't know what the basis for that would be. Maybe potentially there's some procurement things that could happen, right? If people don't want to be dependent on American military manufacturers, right? They might prefer to purchase things from, European, from Rheinmetall or from Thales or Dassault or whatever, right?
That kind of thing is already happening. The arms trade between middle powers is growing. Europe is the most important military supplier to many countries in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. Look at India buying French fighter jets and German submarines. And Australia is buying warships from Japan. Brazil builds military transport planes for the United Arab Emirates. They have a shared interest in withstanding pressure from the superpowers, but the middle powers may themselves create barriers to a smooth alliance.
So some of those countries do share values as well, not all. So I think that would be one potential point of both solidarity within one group of the middle powers, but potentially also a source of fracture between them. I mean, the kinds of geopolitical differences that we see that are legacies and don't necessarily have anything to do with ecology and metabolics, those things are still there. I mean, there's great power rivalry that exists beyond the kinds of ecological concerns that we're talking about, and there's middle power rivalries, right?
Such rivalries have long plagued Europeans, particularly in attempts to create a common foreign policy. All the more interesting to see what happened in May 2026 at a meeting of the European political community. Leaders like Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer, and Volodymyr Zelensky were joined for the first time by a non-European participant, one from across the Atlantic, Mark Carney. Did he go a step further than his Davos speech 3 months before?
We're demonstrating not just the strength of our values in defending the rules-based international order, but also the value of our strength.
Was this a political call to arms for middle powers? For them to feel strong enough to form some kind of a force in this new Cold War? And should they listen?
The US has shaped the world around you. It has likely either protected you
Light them all up.
or bombed you. and influence the rules of the global order we all live by. Now, Donald Trump is ripping up the playbook in places like Venezuela, Greenland, Ukraine, and beyond. So, is this just chaos? Or is there a strategy behind it all?
We are going to run the country. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. We are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not.
The world is grappling to make sense of it all.
A world without rules.
当前国际形势变乱交织。
The new world order.
New world orders don't just appear out of nowhere. They emerge after major ruptures, like World War II. When the United States rose as a superpower, it shaped a system of new rules to prevent another global conflict. Borders were meant to be respected, free trade encouraged, international institutions were set up to oversee it all. People later started calling it the rules-based order. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union challenged US power, militarily and ideologically. When the Soviet Union collapsed, the US went from superpower to hegemon, the most powerful player that called the shots in a brave new world.
A world where the rule of law supplants the rule of the jungle. A world in which nations recognize the shared responsibility for freedom and justice. A world where the strong respect the rights of the weak.
Of course, the US were the good guys.
And the world's greatest democracy will lead a whole world of democracies.
Shaping a balance of power that favors freedom.
To assure the rule of law and the rights of man.
Sure, this was often just lip service. The US ignored international law when it found it convenient, like when it invaded Iraq. Held suspects without charge or trial, and in other cases. Was the rules-based order ever a real thing?
Most of what people mean when they say rules-based international order is actually just this period of US sort of dominance since the end of the Cold War.
Emma Ashford is an analyst on US grand strategy.
American hegemony was in many ways much more liberal than what came before it, right? Open free trade, some norms around things like protection of civilians and human rights and democracy. The fundamental point to make here is that it was US power that enabled this period.
Enter Donald Trump, demanding others' territory, slapping on tariffs, and pulling the US out of international organizations.
What is this? Withdrawing from the World Health Organization? Ooh, that's a big one.
Is there anything that could stop you if you wanted to?
Yeah, there's one thing. My own morality, my own mind. It's the only thing that can stop. And that's very good. I don't need international law.
I think President Trump is destroying the order that made the United States and its allies safe and prosperous.
This is Kori Schake. She worked at the National Security Council under former Republican President George W. Bush.
No dominant power in history has had as much voluntary cooperation as the United States has gotten since 1945. And we get that voluntary cooperation because we don't behave in the way Donald Trump is behaving.
And many in his administration share the hostility to the international system.
The post-war global order is not just obsolete, it is now a weapon being used against us.
We live in a world, in the real world, Jay, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power.
America first,
peace through strength, brought to you by the War Department.
So, what's shaping such perceptions?
I think that the rules-based order, such as it was destroyed over the last 15 years by Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin.
Alexander Gray worked at the National Security Council in Donald Trump's first term.
It's become counterproductive to us to still operate as if the world is in the 1990s when it's not. And candidly, we're now reverting back to something that looks much more like earlier periods in world history. And I think the Trump administration is just trying to adapt to that.
And the US is flexing its muscles in the Western Hemisphere, as we saw in Venezuela. When US forces snatched Nicolas Maduro after months of military buildup in the Caribbean. Trump wants to dominate this part of the world. He spells it out in the National Security Strategy. That's a document every US president makes about their strategic objectives. Trump's is all about America first. Trump refers to the Monroe Doctrine, formulated 200 years ago by US President James Monroe. It was a message to European powers. We're in charge here, don't bother us. The US now says it sees similar threats today from China and Russia.
We have spent 25 years ignoring the hemisphere largely, and China and Russia have gained significant strategic, economic, and I would even argue dual-use or military leverage in the hemisphere. That is an area of special concern for us. And so we have to have a more proactive, I would argue, approach to addressing those threats.
I genuinely don't understand the Trump administration's obsession with bullying our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere. It seems to me incredibly self-defeating. We don't have major security challenges in the Western Hemisphere. The US won the geopolitical lottery.
And now Trump wants to cash in, from Venezuelan oil to Greenland's rare earth minerals. A grab for valuable resources. So Trump has got everyone talking about the Western Hemisphere. But look at this. This is where US airstrikes struck in Trump's first year back in office.
He's perfectly happy to use military force to achieve his goals. There's been this debate, I think common misconception in Washington and elsewhere, that Donald Trump is an isolationist, that he is wanting to pull the US back from the world. And that is just not accurate.
So it's about how Trump engages with the world.
You don't have the cards right now.
First off, with the US's friends.
You're gambling with World War III.
Or this about NATO allies.
We've never needed them. They'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
And the US's friends are taking it badly.
I consider President Trump's remarks to be insulting and frankly appalling.
And Canada never, ever will be part of America.
Les États-Unis se détournent progressivement de certains de ses alliés.
So what does all this have to do with US strategy?
I think the big shift that we're seeing in US foreign policy is the result of this realization that the world is changing, that the US is no longer so far out ahead of every other country in the world that we can't necessarily do everything anymore, and so we need to focus.
This focus concerns the US global military footprint. You see, these are the countries the US officially designates as major allies. And many of them host US military bases and facilities. US Congress says there are around 120 of them in the world. Independent experts count 750. Here are some of them. There is no complete public list. No other country has anything close. There are bases in some of the most remote and diverse locations you can imagine. This vast and controversial network allows the US to deploy forces rapidly almost anywhere. Plus, there are its aircraft carriers, kind of like floating bases. Strategically, this footprint is supposed to serve three main purposes. In Europe, deterring Russia. In East Asia, keeping China in check. And in the Middle East, staving off Iran. So 3 potential flashpoints. But being ready for war in all 3 regions at the same time is extremely difficult, even for the United States. For example, just in January, when Iran cracked down on protests, Donald Trump threatened the country's leaders with strikes. But at the time, major vessels needed for the job were elsewhere. It took 10 days for this aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, to go from the South China Sea to the Persian Gulf.
So that's strategic overextension in practice. It's the notion that we had tried to do so much around the world that we don't actually have the military assets we need to do it. And unless we want to spend a lot more, build up a much larger military, we need to find a way to dial down what we're trying to do.
This brings us back to US allies. The US wants Europe to handle Russia and Gulf allies to deal with Iran so that the US can back away and focus on China instead.
Russia is not a medium-term threat and it's not a long-term threat to the United States. To me, that is a local European problem that can be provided for with some US support.
From NATO's early years onwards, many US presidents have wanted European allies to spend more on defense. Now, Trump is one reason why they are paying up, but because he's putting the alliance itself in action.
If they don't pay, I'm not going to defend them.
For the first time in decades, Europeans are openly discussing whether the US would come to help in a crisis.
I think our NATO allies are completely justified in their worry, and it grieves me so much that my government is doing so much damage to that transatlantic link.
I think his determination is that Europe needs the United States more than the United States needs Europe.
Over in the Middle East, the US wants scenes like these to remain a thing of the past. The failures of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars made many Americans skeptical of foreign interventions.
Every president since Obama has tried to go back to the Middle East and then sort of got pulled back in by some crisis.
Trump's latest standoff with Iran shows that leaving the region altogether is not that simple. So Trump is buying into some long-standing US strategy aims. What's different with Trump is that he doesn't necessarily support allies when he doesn't think there's anything in it for the US.
Alliances are America's superpower. They magnify our own strength, and they are the basis of our security and our prosperity. The Trump administration doesn't understand that. They're doing material damage to it.
I think alliances are not, they're not human beings. They're neither good nor bad. Alliances serve a purpose or they don't. So I think the president's simply changing the expectations about what does a good ally mean.
And he is changing other expectations too.
You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" It doesn't work that way.
Donald Trump is engaging with America's foes.
One of the bigger shifts this administration has made, and the one that I think is actually very, very good for US statecraft, is their willingness to talk to anybody. We've gotten this habit of refusing to talk to bad actors around the world because that would be seen as something bad, right? If we actually talk to Russia about what's happening in Ukraine, that's seen as giving something to the Russians. But that's not how great powers actually achieve their interests.
So that's great power diplomacy. But what about the interests of smaller countries, the ones that are actually on the sharp end of these deals?
I certainly think Russia has been emboldened by the radical shift in Trump's attitudes about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I mean, he's basically taking the Russian position against a free and democratic society fighting desperately for its sovereignty and its survival.
It's China that is now the priority for the US, the only country growing so fast that the US sees it as a threat to its own global dominance. Trump was the first president to call China a strategic competitor back in his first term. The US has been expanding its military footprint in the Indo-Pacific to deter China, for example, in the so-called First Island chain of US bases around Taiwan and the South China Sea. Trump has since dropped the tough talk and is mostly talking economics with Beijing.
But he's a very tough negotiator.
There are two ways to look at this approach to dealing with US foes. The first argues that Trump could be prepared to accept China's and Russia's neighborhoods as being their spheres of influence, where they can do as they wish, much like the one he wants for himself in the Western Hemisphere. The second view argues that Trump still wants to keep Beijing in check, and you need to read between the lines of his national security strategy.
It is the policy of the United States to prevent any one power from gaining hegemony in regional hegemony. Clearly, that is aimed at China, and the desire to keep a free and open Indo-Pacific, obviously directed at China. So, if you take the document in its totality, it is very much a document about U.S. priorities for dealing with a world in which China remains our paramount security threat.
In fact, the US is quietly continuing to expand its military footprint in the Indo-Pacific. Plans are underway to station US submarines in this naval base on Australia's west coast. So Trump says he will continue deterring China in the Indo-Pacific, even though he is pursuing his own sphere of influence closer to home.
The US feels that it has primacy in Latin America and has done since the Monroe Doctrine. That's not the same thing as giving other states a sphere of influence. They're not, giving away the world, but they are focusing much more on what they see as our own sphere of influence. It's hypocritical, but that's the parapolitics.
So underneath all the chaos, there is a strategy. Donald Trump wants to control the Western Hemisphere, pull back from Europe and the Middle East, and contain China in the Indo-Pacific. And to achieve this, he's prepared to shake up the old world order, ditch alliances, and flout international law.
I don't need international law.
We could end here, but the story goes on. Some US allies are licking their wounds, trying to find a new direction by confronting their own hypocrisy.
We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false. This fiction was useful. And American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. And we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works.
Middle powers are now hedging their bets and reaching out to other players.
Everybody agrees unipolarity is ending, but they don't necessarily agree on what's coming next. I tend to think that we're looking at some kind of multipolar system, which is to say the US and China as very powerful states, but others as important.
So the global order is fragmenting. The US no longer calls the shots alone. It's drifting away from rules and values it once claimed to defend, and doubling down on military power. And the world we live in is about to get a lot more unpredictable.
Yes. It's depressing. That's the way it goes.
Donald Trump's second term is more radical than his first. He's shaking up America and creating huge uncertainty for the world. Trump is redefining America's goals, its relationships, its whole place in the world. He's pressuring friends and reaching out to adversaries.
This is making people everywhere wonder, what's next? Are we next? What is his plan?
Trump can seem so unpredictable and so impulsive that many assume there is no plan, no roadmap, no strategy. But it might not be that simple.
In fact, plenty of what Trump is doing aligns with established strategic ideas that could help us understand what he's doing and anticipate what might come next. Well, that's what this video is all about. We're going to take a detailed look at 3 theories that are out there.
First, realism. That Trump is embracing a foreign policy vision based not on principles, but on power. Second, the reverse Kissinger. That Trump is trying to repeat a coup of 20th century Cold War diplomacy, at least its mirror image. And third, spheres of influence. The Trump is seeking a world where great powers openly dominate their backyards. Any of these strategies would have historic implications for the world. So we're going to work through them one at a time, unpacking the logic and looking at evidence that they are part of Trump's plan. A historian of US foreign policy will break these ideas down for us through a high-level strategic lens.
What are America's vital interests in the world, and what kinds of military deployments and alliance commitments should the United States make to secure those vital interests?
And experts on Europe, Russia, China, and India will spell out the potential implications in critical regions, both risks and opportunities.
I think this disruption was necessary.
The actions of disruption something you can do.
I think Taiwan has been pretty anxious.
It's very risky, dangerous, and increasingly unpredictable.
Before we get started, I want to give you a heads up about a few things. First of all, this is not a Trump bashing exercise, nor is it about sugarcoating anything. You're going to hear critical and supportive voices. Second, these are still early days, and other issues from trade wars to domestic politics are also in the mix. In this video, though, we have a tight focus on foreign policy strategy. And third, our discussion will involve extrapolation from current evidence. Things will change. This is about a longer view, not about individual events. What we hope is that by the end of this video, you'll have more of a sense of where Trump could be headed, ways to interpret
When you think I'm outing. Earth with rings. Was that when the moon impacted it?
Imagine you wake up tomorrow, step outside, and see this. A massive, luminous arc sprawling across the sky. Brighter than the moon, it stretches from one horizon to the other, visible day and night, impossible to ignore. Where in the universe are you? Believe it or not, scientists are starting to think that 500 million years ago, this may have been the view from not some distant alien civilization, but from Earth. New analysis of ancient impact craters suggests our planet once had rings, just like Saturn's, that may have persisted for as long as 40 million years. And those rings may even explain some of the most dramatic climate shifts and extinction events in our planet's history. So, what were these rings? Where did they come from? And could Earth ever see skies like this again? I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we ponder what an Earth with rings would actually look like, evaluate the evidence for their existence, and uncover how they could have shaped the history of our planet more than you might imagine. We Earthlings have got used to looking up to an empty, inky expanse of night sky, adorned only by the familiar spattering of the brightest stars, the subtle smudge of the Milky Way, and of course, our lone moon. But what if our night sky didn't always look like this? If Earth once had rings, how would it have looked then? To really paint a picture for you, let's imagine we're standing on the surface of this ancient ringed Earth. For starters, the rings aren't shiny and bright like Saturn's because we're too close to the sun for ice to persist. Instead, Earth's rings are made of rock, rich in silicates and low in iron. Rocks don't reflect light, at least not efficiently. They absorb it, so the traces you see overhead are pale and dusty. But this doesn't make them any less dramatic. And what you see from the surface varies wildly depending on where you're standing. At the equator, you don't see a ring at all, just a thin line from one horizon to the other. As you move 20 degrees from the equator in either direction, the rings appear in their full majesty, taking up a significant portion of the sky. 40 degrees away, they appear like an elongated rainbow stretching across entire cities. Here, the bottom of the rings are blocked by the curvature of the Earth, and 90 degrees away at the poles, the ring is barely visible at all, hiding just beyond the horizon like a permanent twilight. At night, things get really surreal. At the equator and poles, not much changes, but in the mid-latitudes, night takes on a whole new meaning. Dust in the rings scatters daylight from the day side of the planet onto the night side, a phenomenon known as ring shine. The rings glow brighter than the moon, which fades into obscurity. At these latitudes, darkness becomes a thing of the past. However, you never see the full ring. As much as the sun traces an arc across the sky in the day, so the Earth's shadow traces an arc across the rings in the night. It sounds like a world from a science fiction novel, except it's not. Researchers have actually found evidence that Earth may have had skies like this millions of years ago. Imagine what standing in a ring's shadow would have been like. A strange twilight would sweep across the Earth, bringing darkness where there should have been daylight. The thought of it evokes the similarly unforgettable moments when our moon blots out the sun in a solar eclipse. If you need a reminder of that particular sight, one is coming on August 12th this year to Europe and will even be partially visible in parts of America. It promises to be an unforgettable moment, one I don't intend to miss, though to do so safely, I'll need the right equipment. The VisiSolar Solar Eclipse Viewing Kit has partnered with us on this video and can keep your eyes safe as you witness a sight that's not been seen in Europe since 1999. Choosing the right glasses is important, as not all eclipse glasses are created equal. If you buy a cheap knockoff, looking at the sun could seriously damage your eyes. VisiSolar's kit is approved by the American Astronomical Society, so you'll be safe to witness the eclipse and make some memories. The kit even comes with a filter for your phone, helping you capture the moment forever. Get yours today by scanning my QR code or following the link in the description below. If you use my code ASTROM2026 at checkout, you can get 10% off your purchase. But back to the Earth's rings. What is the evidence these sun-obscuring objects once appeared in our skies? If you look into the geological record, you'll notice something strange around the 466 million year mark. All across the globe, limestone formations from the Ordovician period show a sudden 100 to 1,000-fold spike in key elements associated with meteorites, specifically L-chondrites. For decades, the prevailing theory stated that these L-chondrite deposits all originated from one parent body. That body broke apart somewhere in the asteroid belt, scattering debris throughout the inner solar system. Some of these fragments collided with Earth, leaving impact craters dotted all over the planet. But in 2024, Andy Tompkins and his team at Monash University, Australia, noticed something unusual. They analyzed 21 craters using tectonic plate reconstruction models to determine where each impact site would have been 466 million years ago. Accounting for continental drift and plate movement, the data points started falling into place. If these impacts had come from random asteroid belt debris, we would expect to see a global distribution of impact sites strewn across our planet. But Tompkins' analysis revealed something else entirely. All 21 impact sites fell within 30 degrees of where the equator would have been back then. It seemed too unlikely to just be a coincidence. So Tompkins and his team ran the numbers. The odds that 21 impacts would all land within that narrow equatorial zone was 1 in 25 million. As I said, very unlikely. Still, there could be a non-obvious reason for this pattern. To be sure, the researchers compared the spatial clustering of these impacts to more recent impact events on Earth. They found the modern impact craters from the last 40 million years didn't really form clustered groups on Earth's surface. They followed the pattern you'd expect for a shower of random space debris. But the Ordovician impacts were a different story. They were all clustered together, almost as though something had guided them there. So how does a rock shower from the asteroid belt explain this crater pattern on Earth? To answer this, scientists turned their attention to our next-door neighbors. If this was truly an asteroid belt breakup, we would find evidence all over the Moon and Mars too. Mars sits closer to the asteroid belt than we do. Any fragments flying through space should have collided with the red planet harder and more frequently than they did with us. And the surface of the Moon, without an atmosphere to protect it, is essentially a permanent record of everything that's ever hit it. So, did this mysterious asteroid leave any clues behind? That's exactly what Anthony Lugan and his team wanted to find out in 2022. The researchers examined 49 large craters on Mars, 45 on Earth, and 21 on the Moon to determine if there were any spikes in impact frequency over the last 600 million years. Earth, as we already saw, showed a jump in impacts about 460 million years ago, but Mars and the Moon did not. Lagan thought this spike on Earth could be due to preservation bias. The craters in question formed in tropical regions with favorable preservation conditions, and that created an apparent cluster around Earth's equator. He argued that our planet wasn't pelted in a thin belt, rather that only those impacts have survived until now. But Tompkins had a different idea. What if the asteroid that caused the Ordovician meteor shower didn't break up in the asteroid belt, but right here in Earth's orbital space? What if a massive asteroid passed close enough to Earth that our planet's gravity tore it apart? And what if those fragments didn't scatter across the inner solar system, but stayed right here in orbit? What if 460 million years ago, Earth had rings? When you think of rings, your mind jumps to Saturn, the iconic, illuminated arcs circling the queen of the solar system. And though not as epic, all four gas giants have rings of their own. But as it turns out, rocky planets can have rings too. They just don't last as long for various reasons we'll discuss later. Before we get to all that, we need to work out how an asteroid could spontaneously fracture about 466 million years ago. As an asteroid gets closer to our planet, the side facing the planet experiences a stronger gravitational pull than the side facing away from it. This difference is called the tidal force, the same phenomenon that causes the moon to raise ocean tides on our shore. For most objects, their internal gravity is strong enough to hold them together. But the closer to the planet they get, the stronger the tidal forces grow. If the orbiting object gets too close, there comes a point where the tidal forces of the planet eventually rip it apart. The distance at which this happens is called the Roche limit. It isn't a hard and fast distance, since it varies depending on a few things, namely the planet's mass and radius, and the object's density and composition. For example, the Earth's Roche limit for a rigid body made of solid rock, like the Orbition L chondrite asteroid we've been talking about, is about 3,100 kilometers above the surface of the planet. For a pile of rubble loosely held together by gravity, it is about 15,800 kilometers above the surface. So, fairly possible. Next, we need to know what happens to the fragments once this near-Earth asteroid breaks up. How do they end up in a neat circular orbit around the equator? Well, when the asteroid breaks apart, its angular momentum is conserved among its fragments. Most remain trapped within Earth's hemisphere, the region of space where Earth's gravity dominates over the suns, keeping them in orbit around our planet. At first, these fragments follow chaotic, elliptical paths. Some swing close to Earth, others arc further out. But over time, they collide with each other. Each collision transfers momentum, and gradually, these wild elliptical orbits become more circular, a process known as collisional damping. The circulating debris eventually settles into a flat disk around the equator for a specific reason. You see, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. It has a bulge in the middle, making its equatorial diameter about 43 kilometers wider than its polar diameter. This creates an asymmetric gravitational field and generates torque or rotational pull on nearby debris. Gradually, this torque draws the material orbiting at an angle.
There you go, buddy. I hope you enjoy it.
Kind of like a spinning top that wobbles, but eventually settles into a stable spin. And this process wouldn't be unique to Earth. In fact, modeling from a 2017 study suggests that once upon a time, Mars had rings too. Not from the breakup of a nearby asteroid, but from its very own moon. Researchers Andrew Hesselbrock and David Minton predicted that Phobos' orbit will bring it within the Roche limit in about 70 million years. At this point, it will break up and form a ring around the planet, which will eventually deposit about 80% of its debris onto the Martian surface. The remaining 20% will coalesce to form a new